We will start. Okay, thank you. Good morning, and welcome to a very important day today, Water Day at COP27. My name is Jean-Marc Forest. I'm a regional program leader for FAO Regional Office for the Near East and North Africa based in Cairo. And I'm pleased to start moderating this session on behalf of my colleague Nancy Aburto, who got lost across the pavilion and will join us very soon. So this session, as you can see, is on water, energy, and climate nexus. And this is a very, very important issue. We have heard about nexus approaches. It is in everybody's word. It is not an easy task to bring sectors working together, but it is absolutely necessary. So we have a very short session here, 20 minutes, where we are going to dig into the issue of water, food, energy, climate nexus. We will start with a high-level remarks on the nexus by the UN ambassador to the US ambassador to the Food and Agriculture Organization and other Rome-based agencies, Ambassador McCain, who has sent us a recorded video message. So please, let's have this is my colleague Nancy, who will join in a moment, and the ambassador will speak now. Thank you.
Hello, today's event brings us together to discuss some of the most important themes facing us today, especially food security, which is the most consequential. Thank you to FAO for hosting this important conversation and for being such a strong partner in advancing agricultural science, research, and innovation globally. We find ourselves in urgent times. Ongoing armed conflicts, especially Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, COVID 19, and climate change continue to strain global food security. Throughout my travels, I've seen what increasing water scarcity, persistent droughts, and other extreme weather conditions can do to agricultural yields from Kenya and Madagascar and to Guatemala and Honduras. What I've seen makes clear that we must leverage science, technology, and innovation in agriculture to combat global hunger. Through climate smart agriculture, we can feed more people, care for our planet, and ensure sustainable and equitable livelihoods. At last year's COP, the United States and the UAE launched the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate, or AIM4C. AIM4C strives to meet global nutritional needs, increase agricultural productivity, and improve livelihoods. Since then, AIM4C has mobilized over 220 government and non-government partners and $4 billion in climate-smart agriculture and food systems innovation investments. Building resilience makes our food systems more sustainable. Doing more with less. This is the challenge before us, and it demands a united global front. Together, we can make and achieve a world where no one goes to bed hungry. Let's get started and do this together. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. So I have my friend coming helping. Should stay with us. Hello, hello. It doesn't. Oh. Hello. Okay, sorry. So you heard climate smart agriculture. Just these three words already have water, food, energy, and climate. So clearly the challenge is there. So now I'm happy to have here with us Engineer Shuruk Abdelghani, who is Director of Planning and Organizational Development of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources from Jordan, and who will say a few words on behalf of the Minister. The floor is yours, and my colleague has arrived. I will give her the microphone and she can continue after.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First, please accept His Excellency apology because he couldn't join us according to urgent matter, and he couldn't travel yesterday. Water, food, energy nexus is an integrated cycle. We add to them also environment. It's very important to work together on these three topics to achieve sustainable development. And of course, as we know, international recognition is very important. And that will help us also to achieve sustainable development that related to food security, energy, water, and also environment, in addition to other sustainable development, especially regarding to the partnership, because we need cooperation between all levels, on the international level, regional level, between the private and public sector to achieve our goal related to the nexus. In Jordan, as you know, Jordan, one of the poorest countries of water, we imported around 90% of our energy. In addition to that, water sector consumes around 14% of our energy. Because of that, that released the importance of working on water, food, and energy nexus. We have limited resources, high demands, especially for the unexpected population growth because of the refugees, and that led to have a special work on this regard. Finally, Jordan launched the economic vision, and this economic vision includes water, food, energy, and environment nexus under one of the more important pillar, which is sustainable resources. And under this pillar, we have many initiatives and programs to achieve our goal related to the water, food, energy nexus. We work on the renewable energy. We have a joint venture committee between water and energy sector. This committee is working to achieve and to reduce the cost for the energy in the water sector, in addition to work on the load management between water and between water and energy sector. We have also our Jordan energy strategy. We work on the sectorial level with the water sector and the agriculture sector, because we add the same strategic objective to reduce the cost of energy for the water sector by 15% by 2030. We work together under joint committees, but for the future, we need to work more for institutional frame for water, food, energy nexus. We need to work for long-term planning to achieve the sustainable vision for this topic. I think the cooperation between all the levels, it's very important to achieve that vision. Renewable energy play a good role in Jordan. We are looking to Jordan as a hub for green growth initiative. Renewable energy now 29% from generated electricity. We are looking to achieve 50%. We are working now on a very important project, which is national conveyor, to move water from south of Jordan to north of Jordan, and renewable energy will be a part of this important project, because we have desalination of the water, of the seawater. So it's open for the developer to determine the amount of renewable energy need, and it's open for them, because we are looking for sustainable community in Jordan. In addition to that, Jordan launched during the COP an initiative, which is Refugee Climate Initiative. And we are also inviting all countries to endorse this initiative also, to have, because the countries who receive refugees have a great demand on their resources, especially countries who have limited resources like Jordan. I think we need to put special or certain criteria for countries that receive refugees to have more finance, since we are talking here in the COP27 about finance, and the COP27 is for the implementation, I think we need to put criteria for countries that receive more refugees, because this put a high demand on the resources, especially the limited resources in Jordan. We are working now on a Jordan economic vision, and this vision until 2033 have a great initiative that related to this topic, and we are looking for sustainable future also for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and apologies to you for having arrived late, and apologies to all of you for having arrived late. My name is Nancy Abortha, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Food and Nutrition Division at FAO. And my late arrival, I assure you, is not for a lack of interest, because this topic is absolutely critical for healthy diets and good nutrition. We can't have a healthy diet without clean and safe water, and the food systems by which we get our healthy diets are intrinsically interrelated with our water systems. And so I'm very pleased to be here today and to continue the next few minutes with you. So now, without further ado, I'm going to hand over to the Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy from Australia, Dr. Jenny McAllister.
Maybe this one. This one's better. Okay. Thank you very much, Nancy. I think you might have promoted me. I do not have a PhD, but that's very kind of you. Look, it's an absolute pleasure to be here in the Water Pavilion. And I really want to congratulate FAO for putting this on the agenda and creating the space for this really very important conversation. I think lots of you will know that Australia has recently had an election, and I am part of a new government that is quite determined to make it very, very clear that we have an ambitious agenda on climate change. And I did want to touch on a couple of these things before we get stuck into the water piece. We've recently updated our nationally determined contribution. It was one of the first acts of our new government. And so our new NDC will strengthen our 2030 target to 43% below 2005 levels, and reaffirms our commitment to net zero by 2050. That's actually a very significant increase on where we had been previously, and it means that our government is working very, very hard to set ourselves up to meet those goals for 2030. It's a very, very big part of our government's agenda. We've put it into legislation. It was my real honour to kind of lead that debate in our Senate, and we've successfully put those targets into our legislative framework. And we know that that means that it will provide very significant certainty that was previously missing for lots of the participants in our economy. But on the waterfront, it's such an incredibly useful conversation to have. In the Australian context, if we historically, it was really a very significant drought that we refer to as the Millennium Drought that really rang the bell for Australians on the impacts of climate change. It was one of the first kind of signals to Australians that there were some really concrete consequences that might accrue to us if we didn't start thinking about this. And it was really the trigger in the 2000s for a very important and significant debate in the Australian context. It happened that because it was a drought that triggered this conversation, it also generated quite a lot of interest into the interaction between climate, energy, food, and water. And I would say that the last 20 years in Australia has really been characterised by a period of policy energy, of research energy, and of energy around technologies that go to this interaction. And I thought just in the time that I have available to me, I could talk through some of the things that represent that interaction. As one example, in our urban water sector, we have a lot of utilities that are using nature-based solutions to reduce energy use and to reduce carbon emissions. So, for example, urban utilities, which is Queensland, one of our states, our largest utility, they're using a biological treatment called Animox that naturally cleans wastewater, and that reduces energy, it reduces the use of chemical consumption, but it also, of course, has a very positive impact on downstream ecosystem health. We have a very significant national project to restore our natural water systems. And so we have a project which we refer to as the Healthy Coorong Healthy Basin Project. It's a $78 million partnership and supports the ecological health of a big water system at the bottom of the Murray, one of the most significant water systems in Australia. And so that is really about restoring some of the flows and connectivity between natural systems that have previously been disrupted as a consequence of agriculture, but respecting and acknowledging the role that agriculture plays in the basin. It's really thinking about the connections between these different components. Our water utility plants are also thinking about the circular economy, aggregating organic waste from a variety of sources to produce renewable energy, electricity, biomethane and hydrogen, and also thinking about renewable fertilizers. And I guess the final consequence of the big drought that we had was a very, very strong focus on water efficiency and water efficiency standards in our products. We have a water efficiency labeling and standards scheme, and we assess that that has saved 1,321 gigalitres of water since that commenced in 2005. The very interesting thing too is, of course, that is a carbon emission saving as well. And so we calculate that there's been 21.8 million tonnes of CO2 equivalents saved through reduced requirements for water heating. We've obviously been very involved in sort of some of the international work about setting those standards, and that's work that we're proud to continue to participate in. I think the message that I have for all of us, and I actually don't need to tell to this audience because you're already all thinking about it in your own contexts, is that there are a lot of opportunities that come to us if we start thinking about water, energy, and climate together. It's quite important that we don't allow these questions to be addressed in silos. When we do start thinking in concrete and practical ways about the interconnections, there are many opportunities for us to make real progress, good for the environment, good for the climate, but ultimately really important for our producers and our households. And we'd be delighted to continue partnerships and conversations about all of these questions over the course of the week. But thank you again for putting this on. It's a marvellous initiative.
Thank you, Assistant Minister. And thank you both to Jordan and Australia for your commitment and your leadership. We really saw some examples of concrete action, and we look to that for inspiration. Thank you for sharing that. Now I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Li-Feng Li, who is the Director of FAO's Land and Water Division, and he's going to give us a bit of a technical brief on the water, energy, food, ecosystem nexus. Li-Feng.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Excellencies. I just want to continue with the same message as Her Excellency just put together. We need to think about climate. We need to think about climate, water, agriculture, energy, environment together. For us, water is climate. Climate is water. We already witnessed the huge impacts of climate on water this year, from drought to floods. And from agriculture perspective, that have massive impact on what we do in the agriculture sector. Water is food. Food is water. Our food is 95% is produced on land, 5% produced in the oceans. And we also vary in water. Yeah? This will take thousands of liters to produce it. And also, through agriculture, we also produce the biofuels, especially we moved into the renewable energy future, and that demand is increasing. So let's think about all of this together. From an energy perspective, hydropower produces the largest renewable energies. However, we still have 2.5 billion people don't have access to electricity. We have a similar another 2.3 billion people living with the water scarce area, and 1/10 of the world population lives in the very water scarce countries. So we have to think about all of this together. Biodiversity, environment. Since I was born in the early 70s, we lost 80%, more than 80% of freshwater biodiversity. And that has a lot to do with our agriculture, with our ways to manage our rivers, with our ways how to put the water infrastructure in the system. So it's all connected. It is the integration and the connectivity that's potentially will make big difference in the future. Having seen that, considering that, that's why FAO, we strongly promote the integrated approach. Let's bring all the sectors together, especially at the national level. That's why we promote the National Water Roadmap to support the countries to say how water could be used, managed in the future to deliver water, energy, food, and all the other SDGs. And FAO firmly committed to support the countries through this exercise, and hopefully we can manage better water in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Li Feng. Now, we've come to the end of this brief opening session this morning, and instead of handing the microphone back to my colleague Jean-Marc, I'll just wrap us up by really once again appreciating all of our panelists and the strong message that they shared with us today around the importance of this holistic approach, looking at water, energy, food, the ecosystems, climate all together. It's the only way that we're going to reach our global objectives. And you heard from our colleagues from Jordan and Australia that action on the ground is happening, that we can scale up, we can learn from, and we can make this happen. So thank you everyone for your attention this morning, and I wish you a very good Water Day.
Yes, yes. Hi, welcome to this session at the Water Pavilion. The title of our session today is A Just and Equitable Energy and Water Transition in a Changing Climate. Now, my name is Dr. Aditi Mukherjee, and I am a director of Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation Impact Platform at the CGIAR. As you know, CGIAR is the world's largest publicly funded research organization. We have over 10,000 scientists who mostly work around agriculture, among other things, but all related to agriculture. So I have the very good fortune of running this absolutely stellar panel today. And I will just start with a bit of an introduction. Then we have two small keynote speeches followed by a panel discussion. And we hope to wind up within 1 hour and leave some time for audience question and answer. I hope I am audible to all of you, right? Yeah, because there's a lot of noise from all around. Yeah, hi, good morning, and welcome everybody to COP27 in Egypt. So basically, I mean, we are here and we all know that climate change is here and now, and we need energy transition. Energy transition is one of those things that we absolutely need to move away from fossil fuel to renewable energy. That much is clear. But I think the missing link there is, what does the role of water in that energy transition? People often overlook the role of water. I mean, be it hydropower or be it, any aspect of energy transition, there is an important footprint, water footprint that's there in the mitigation. And I think that's what we are going to discuss today a lot here. And our speakers will talk about their perspectives. They will bring in their own country experiences on various topics such as solar irrigation or wastewater reuse. Okay. So basically what's clear is that we need just energy transition, but we also need a just water transition in that context. So in this session, we will discuss why socioeconomic and institutional context are very important. We already know the technologies exist for doing those just transitions. What's missing perhaps is that political will, that institutional ability, and the governance capacity. So our panelists and our speakers will mostly focus on those. And it is important to understand the context in which the solutions operate and the governance issues. So without me going into a lot of anticipating what our speakers are already going to say, I want to first introduce Mr. Matthias Stoll, and who will kind of set the scene for this session. And you have 5 minutes, and I think it will be very grateful if the panelists and the speakers before they speak also give a short introduction to who they are and where they are coming from. So over to you, Matthias. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Dear conveners and dear colleagues, friends engaged in the Water for Climate Pavilion, dear Secretary Lenzi, I want to warmly welcome you on behalf of the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development to this session, A Just and Equitable Energy and Water Transition in Climate Change. It is evident that water and energy security are inextricably interlinked. Water availability is essential for energy production. At the same time, water and sanitation infrastructure is quite energy intensive itself. Pumping, treatment, purification, distribution through large systems requires a lot of energy and can contribute heavily to greenhouse gas emissions. The interlinkage between water and energy security will become even stronger in the context of climate change. A sustainable energy transition depends heavily on water, a resource which is increasingly under threat. For example, increasing droughts are limiting the capacities of electric power generation of conventional power plants, as we saw all over Europe also this year. We therefore need integrated climate action to harness the synergies and ensure energy and water security for a net zero and resilient future for all of us. As such, a paradigm shift towards cross-sectorial coordination and integration solutions are key. The possibilities for such solutions are multiple, and for example, we can use treated wastewater to clean solar panels and for cooling of power plants. Or we can use solar panels on reservoirs that can prevent evaporation, but energy can also be generated through microturbines in water networks by gravity. Unfortunately, this intersectoral way of thinking is not yet the norm, and still policies and investments are largely run along different sectoral lines until today, and they're often missing out on win-win solutions or putting even more strain on natural resources. Investments focusing only on mitigation and therefore on energy can also increase water scarcity. For example, while solar-powered irrigation systems lead to decreased greenhouse gas emissions, they also reduce energy costs considerably, which sounds nice in the beginning, but at the same time, we can see in many countries that it enables also farmers to over-abstract groundwater resources, in which many regions, they are already exploited beyond their safe needs. The status quo can be remedied through systemic change, and this includes, on the one hand, joining forces between sectoral ministries, aligning sector strategies and project design plans through Nexus assessments and the identification of joint indicators. And finally, also the inclusion of many actors, let it be private sector, research community, or even civil society. Fortunately, many best practices already exist that jointly tackle the water and energy climate challenges. Collective action between multi-stakeholders is needed to upscale existing integrated solutions, encourage new ideas, but also introduce strong incentives that lead to both climate adaptation and also to mitigation. To this end, BMZ is actively supporting the application of the Water, Energy and Food Security Nexus and the upscaling of Nexus solutions. A key tool is the Nexus Regional Dialogue Program, which is co-funded by the European Union. The program operates in 5 countries worldwide, including the MENA region. The program engages governments, investors, businesses, and civil society in dialogues and encourages them to join forces to explore opportunities across sectors and co-create benefits. At the same time, bottom-up approaches are being pursued, for example, at farming communities in Egypt. Here, business models are being developed for solar-powered greenhouse systems. Also, together with local financing structures, suitable financing products are identified. With this, I would like to hand over back to the moderator and afterwards to the Secretary General. And I'm looking forward to an interesting section. Thank you very much.
Yes, I hand over to the Secretary General, Ministry of Water Resources, Jordan, for his welcome remarks and setting the context.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am so delighted to be here to attend this kind of conference. I think maybe all of you know about the situation of Jordan regarding with water resources. We have ranked the second country worst in the water resource availability in Jordan. Let me talk about today about water, energy, and the climate change effect in our water resources. Okay. Ministry of Water and Irrigation has been developing a national water strategy covering the period 2022 up to 2040 that focus on building resilient sector based on unified approach for a comprehensive social, economic, and environmentally. While it recognizes the main sector stakeholder, their efforts and achievements so far, it proposed a policy-driven implementation plan that ensure coordination and integration of their efforts based on individual and collective accountability and efficiency in their respective role and responsibility. The strategy also comes in response to our recent success, including achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, the challenges of meeting the growing national water demand, the impact of continued water scarcity, the changing geopolitical scenarios, the other emerging needs of the country. Our commitment to the Global Sustainable Development Goal for 2022 up to 2040 and the need and opportunity to prepare for a water secure future for all Jordanians. Sustainable Development Goals priority for the ministry include achieving access to safely managed drinking water and sanitations, TD6, in addition to adaptation and mitigation action for climate change, SDG 13. The strategy stresses an integrated approach to management of water resources and sustainable water and sanitation services in light of future sector imperatives. The challenges and tasks at hand are vast. There is a need to protect national water resources while ensuring equitable and efficient water allocation to meet all social and economic development needs. with secured wastewater sanitation services to unserved populations. The restoration of shared surface and groundwater resources is an important event to enhance our national water resources and improve supply for new generations. It's worthwhile to think about the added value of Nexus approach, a cross-sectoral and dynamic perspective. A Nexus approach helps us to better understand the complex and dynamic interrelationship between water, energy, and climate change, so that we can use and manage our limited resources sustainably. It forces us to think of the impact decision in one sector can have not only on the sector but on others. Anticipating potential trade-offs and synergies, we can then design, appraise, and prioritize response options that are viable across different sectors. Often decisions on how to intervene are made without cross-sectoral coordinations, targeting sector-specific optima and thereby resulting in risk and uncertainty across sectors and scales. Interventions can substantially alter the conditions under which they were designed. For example, they can indirectly affect social structures, the state of natural resources, or financial flows. In order to ensure the optimal management of trade-offs and the maximizations of overall benefits, decision-making process need to be reflect and take into account the dynamic nature of complex system. Climate change, represented by SDG 13, generally refers to the abnormal behaviors of mid and long-term weather phenomena such as rise in temperature, floods, drought, and fluctuation in rainfall patterns. These conditions affect agricultural practices and hence food security. The Ministry of Water and Irrigation in Jordan emphasized the need of adaptations and mitigation measures towards climate change. This includes reducing CO2 emissions via new practices and adopting renewable energy. And on the other hand, enhancing water availability and environmental situation through the usage of treated wastewater and finding new water sources. Jordan has been maximized the use of treated wastewater, reach about 90%. Climate change has profound implications for people and the natural world. Impact of the climate change that we are already seeing include changing in extreme heat, imbalanced rainfall, uh, availability of food and fresh water, and loss of diversity. The impact of climate change is becoming stronger and clearer, especially in regions that are already dry today, causing mitigation and socio-economic effects. Nexus between water, energy, and climate change is an effective approach to respond to climate change issues, adapting renewable energy source for both warming and reducing cost, leading to more efficient water sector, which consume a considerable part of energy. Hence, these three elements are interrelated and have cause and effect relationship. Last not least, global projections indicate that demand for freshwater energy and food will increase significantly over the next decades under the pressure of population growth and mobility, economic development, international trade, urbanization, diversity, diets, cultural and technology changes, and climate change. Thank you very much for your listening. Thank you. Thank you. I hope I be on time, yes?
Yes. Yes. Thank you, sir, for a very succinct underlining of the challenges that we are facing and the importance of Nexus as a part of the solution. With that, and I think we are also expecting a minister from Senegal to come and speak at our session at some point. So when he comes, there may be we will kind of go a bit out of our schedule and provide that platform, because I think it's an important platform that we do so. But in the meanwhile, I just wanted to also start our panel discussion. So we have here 6 panelists and one of them will join online. I hope the process of joining online is there. I don't quite see him yet. Yeah, he's online. Okay. So can you just also have this online speaker on our screen? Yeah. Okay. Hi, Javier. Today the main thing that our speakers will be talking about is, as I said, that we need Nexus kind of solutions, and also that technologies are there. It's not so much a session that discusses technologies. It's a session that discusses institution policies and governance and the conditions under which those technologies can actually give us synergies instead of trade-offs. We want energy transition, but without depleting our water resources further. So that will be the overall kind of the overarching frame within which we are talking in this session. And I have the honor of introducing the panel who would, so we'll have a series of questions and the panelists will take around 3 to 5 minutes each to answer those questions. And we will come back to all of you at the end for your 30 seconds of summing up. So our first panelist is Jinsun Lin from International Energy Agency. Hi, Jinsun. And my question to you is that IEA has recently released a report on climate resilience for energy security. So I was wondering if you would walk us through some of the major highlights, and especially the aspects around hydropower and what implication does energy security have on water security. Over to you, Jinsun.
Thank you. So actually, our report has been released about 2 hours ago. So if you are interested in, please visit our iea.org for the Climate Resilience for Energy Security report. So when we are talking about the energy and water nexus, we are talking about the energy used for water supply and also the water used for energy supply. This event, I would like to more talking about the water use for energy supply. As you mentioned, that one of the key elements for the clean energy transitions to provide the flexibility services is hydropower, actually. And we have conducted some of the reports on the climate impacts on the hydropower generation in different regions. And we found like most of the regions, for example, North Africa and also South America, and also even some countries in the South and Southeast Asia are likely to experience some of the drop in their hydropower generation if the climate change continues, particularly in a high emission scenario. The most shocking results came out from the Latin America. So in 2060 to 2100, compared to the 1970 and 2000, the hydropower generation from the existing hydropower plants can drop by 11%. This is not just a mere number of just one hydropower plant. Some of the hydropower plants will experience a really significant drop, like 30 or 40% due to the decrease in the water availability. But this is a kind of average. So it's kind of offset by some of the hydropower plants, which are likely to experience some wetter climate in the future. So this is pretty shocking number. And also, I would like to mention about other type of power plants. For example, like thermal power plants. When we are thinking about thermal power plants, we need the cooling water. Most of the thermal power plants, majority of the thermal power plants, including solar PV, they are using some cooling methods. And one of the widely dispatched method is actually water cooling. And some of the areas, they are switching their technology to the dry cooling methodology. But very frankly speaking, this is still costly than wet cooling systems. So we need to also think about the water availability for the cooling and also water temperature changes as well. And also, I would like to mention about another aspect, which is pretty interesting, but have been neglected for a while, is about the critical minerals. So there are critical minerals for the new technologies, for example, like nickel, copper, and lithium for the batteries and EVs and wind power plants and etc. But those kind of mining require a large sum of water. And the issue is that, for example, lithium requires a lot of water use compared to other minerals mining. And they are concentrated in the high water stress area. For example, currently 50% of the mining areas are concentrated in the high water stress area because they are 3/4 of the lithium production is currently coming from Australia and Chile only, and they are experiencing some water shortages as well. So I would like to emphasize for the clean energy transition using those kind of batteries and EVs, we need to think about the water availability for these kind of critical minerals mining as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's an incredibly important point that that water can actually be a constraint for successful energy transition. Um, so I think the minister is here. No? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So we get to continue with our panel. I think the point that you make are very critical, and that's actually also a finding of our IPCC water chapter, of which I was one of the coordinating lead authors, and our findings are actually very, very similar, that we are finding hydropower as well as cooling water for thermal power, and all these are seriously constrained. And I keep wondering if the energy community is paying as much attention to the water story as we in the water community are doing. I don't know how many from the energy community are here today. So how many of you work on energy? Yeah, okay. Okay, we have a fair number, but not as many as perhaps we can hope for. I think water and energy are still being very siloed. So, so that brings me to our second speaker, who is actually joining us online, and Javier Mateo Sagasta. He's my colleague from the International Water Management Institute, and Javier has been doing a lot of work on reuse of wastewater in the MENA region, but also globally. So that's kind of another resource. And here we are talking of water, energy being used to turn water into, reusable water once again. So Javier, I have a question for you, that given the work you're doing on wastewater reuse in the MENA region, tell us why it is a part of climate solution, and more importantly, what kind of governance and institutions you need to actually upscale it. I mean, these are excellent in pilots and all of those, but how do we actually make it a mainstream part of a solution package? Over to you, Javier.
Thank you, Aditi. So yes, INI has been working a lot on water reuse globally, and I myself have been leading a project called Rewater MENA, which is a multi-partner project for more and safer water reuse in Middle East and North Africa. I encourage you to visit our webpage, where we have a lot of resources. If you Google Rewater MENA, you will see there lots of resources, scientific publications, videos, and a new book that we just published today called Water Reuse in Middle East and North Africa. It's a source book with where you can see the state of water reuse in the region, where you can see guidelines on how to do things, how to integrate gender in water reuse projects, how to design bankable water reuse interventions, etc., and a lot of success stories. So I really encourage you to visit the web to see all these resources. So your first part of the question was why water reuse is a climate solution, right? So the thing is that the world and Middle East and North Africa in particular are facing a dramatic water crisis that is aggravated by climate change. So we have less and less water available per person, not enough water for all the sectors, and with increased temperatures, decreased precipitations, and increased evapotranspiration, the problem of water scarcity is being aggravated. And wastewater is now part of the problem because the investments in wastewater treatment cannot cope with the increase in wastewater generation as a result of population growth in many countries. So we have more and more wastewater discharged untreated, and this means more pollution and less water that is safe for use. But also wastewater can be part of the solution, and that's what the reuse is about. Wastewater is basically 99% pure water, and the 1% that remains is made of nutrients for plants, nitrogen and phosphorus, or organic carbon that, if recovered in the form of biogas, can be reused for energy, right? But this resource, wastewater, is heavily untapped. all over the world, and also surprisingly in the MENA region still. So we know that the number of water reuse projects has increased exponentially in the region. We have, the number of reuse projects have doubled every decade in the last decades. And we have now more than 400 projects all over the region about water reuse. But this is still not enough. From the 21 cubic kilometers of municipal wastewater that are generated in the region, these projects can only treat and reuse directly around 10% of this resource. Then we have analyzed using a model that we just created, the amount of, the fate of the rest of wastewater. What happens with the rest? Only 10% is reused directly, but then we know now, or we have estimated that 36% of the wastewater is reused indirectly. So wastewater, treated or not, is discharged to rivers and then is reused downstream once it's diluted. But what is shocking is that 54%, we estimate that 54% of the wastewater generated in the region, the municipal wastewater, is still lost in the sea, lost when it's discharged on land and evaporates, or when it's discharged to rivers and evaporates before reaching any beneficial purpose. So still we are missing large opportunities. So how we can accelerate change? Of course, there is not magic solution, there is not silver bullet, but there are 4 things that, if addressed, can really help. One of these things is to design projects that are financially sustainable. Cost recovery, it's important. We see many wastewater treatment plants that fail in the long run because they are not operated and maintained, because they are too costly to operate and maintain. So we need to reduce the costs of wastewater treatment. We don't necessarily need to go for activated sludge always, which is a typical technology that is used, which is very energy demanding. There are other options. And then we need to think about how to recover costs in a fair way. Polluter pays principles need to apply. Polluters need to pay for wastewater treatment, but the rest of the costs associated to reuse need to be shared fairly and equitably, according to the capacity to pay of different parties involved. So we need projects that are financially sustainable. That's critical. The second thing is that we need to improve public acceptance, right? So you can have a project that is perfectly safe, that is economically feasible, but it still can have rejection from farmers that are supposed to be using this recycled water, or from the public in general. So it's important to address all these concerns, or these cultural concerns, the yuck factor, the religious concerns, and doing that by proper communication. So we probably need to speak about water reuse rather than wastewater reuse, because once treated wastewater is not a waste anymore. And this doesn't, using the term wastewater doesn't help in improving perceptions. So thinking about water reuse, the use of recycled water, that helps. And then engaging stakeholders upfront, so that the interest of all the parties are addressed upfront, and then we don't have opposition down the line. Then another recommendation is to address the fragmentation, the institutional fragmentation, which is critical for many type of water policies, but for water reuse is just essential, because we need the concurrence of the water sector, of the agricultural sector, of the health sector, of the environmental sector. So we really need a minister or a ministry to take the lead and take the time to engage the others on board. And this requires time, this requires effort, this requires professional facilitation, platforms for negotiation, but it's really worth it. It takes time, but it's really worth it, so that we don't have later on, issues along the line and a minister and sector blocking.
So thank you, Javier, so much. And what you conclude by saying that institutional fragmentation is a problem and we need ministerial intervention is actually an excellent segue for us to welcome Minister of Senegal, Minister of Water and Sanitation of Senegal, His Excellency Mr. Serigne Mawaye Thian. I hope I pronounced the names correctly. So he will provide us with some 5-10 minutes of remarks about some of the work that his ministry is doing. And sir, our session today is around the use of water energy nexus principles for energy and water transition. So you are welcome to give your remarks here today. Please come on stage. Yes, and a big applause for the minister. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais vous saluer tous. Et il y a eu quelques problèmes à l'entrée qui font que, en principe, je devais délivrer le discours au niveau de l'ouverture. Mais c'est avec plaisir que je me retrouve avec vous ici. Mesdames, Messieurs, vous comprenez que pour le ministre de l'Eau et de l'Assainissement que je suis, c'est avec beaucoup de plaisir que je prends part à cette journée dédiée à l'eau au niveau de la COP27. Et je voudrais en profiter pour remercier le gouvernement égyptien pour la mise en place du pavillon de l'eau qui vise à soutenir les efforts de la communauté de l'eau et du climat dans l'atteinte de leurs objectifs en amplifiant les réponses aux défis liés à l'eau et au climat et en rassemblant les leaders de gouvernement, de la société civile, des entreprises et du monde universitaire. Comme vous le savez, l'eau et le climat sont intrinsèquement liés. L'eau est un marqueur essentiel du climat et les manifestations climatiques impriment une forte empreinte sur les ressources en eau. La COP27 est donc une étape décisive pour établir le lien entre l'eau et le climat. Car la crise climatique et la crise de l'eau portent préjudice à nos économies et à nos sociétés. Ces crises menacent également la paix et la stabilité du monde. C'est pourquoi l'initiative de célébrer une journée dédiée à l'eau dans le cadre de la COP27 constitue une démarche pertinente et salutaire. Car il est temps de conjuguer nos efforts pour que le sujet de l'eau soit pris en compte dans les négociations climatiques. Nulle part ailleurs, cette crise n'est plus aiguë qu'en Afrique, où le groupe d'experts intergouvernemental sur l'évolution du climat 2021 rapporte que le taux d'augmentation de la température ainsi que la fréquence et l'intensité des événements tels que les inondations et les sécheresses sont plus rapides en Afrique que la moyenne mondiale. En Afrique, les sécheresses, les inondations et les pénuries d'eau récurrentes dans nos villes et nos campagnes nous rappellent la nécessité d'agir pour sauvegarder l'équilibre de la planète afin d'assurer de l'eau pour l'homme et pour la nature. À l'heure des transitions démographiques et écologiques, nous devons renforcer la sécurité de l'eau à l'échelle du continent africain en mettant en place des infrastructures bleues et vertes pour assurer la résilience climatique. Il est donc temps d'intégrer la réalité climatique dans notre action au quotidien, car les aléas climatiques rendent difficiles les conditions de vie pour l'homme et aussi pour la nature. Et ces aléas fragilisent aussi les efforts de développement socio-économique à l'échelle du continent africain. Nous devons pour cela bâtir des mécanismes solides, robustes et résilients de gestion de l'eau pour assurer la sécurité alimentaire, freiner les migrations et accompagner les transitions porteuses de transformations socio-économiques durables en réduisant significativement nos émissions carbone, en développant des partenariats tournés vers l'action, en promouvant les solutions fondées sur la nature et le développement de chaînes de valeur suivant une approche d'économie circulaire de l'eau. Toutefois, la mobilisation des financements annoncés est nécessaire pour financer l'adaptation et la résilience au changement climatique. Je lance donc un appel à la communauté internationale pour que les engagements pris soient respectés si nous voulons limiter le réchauffement climatique au niveau convenu. L'Afrique recommande que le sujet de l'eau retienne l'attention des négociations climatiques. Ici à Sharm el-Sheikh, et salue l'initiative AWARE, Action for Water Adaptation and Resilience Initiatives, lancée par la présidence de la COP27 et la proposition d'accueillir le Centre panafricain sur l'eau et l'adaptation au changement climatique pour que le renforcement des capacités des acteurs africains soit une réalité. Ces préoccupations cadrent parfaitement avec la déclaration de Dakar intitulée « Un Blue Deal pour la sécurité de l'eau et de l'assainissement, pour la paix et le développement » proposée par les parties prenantes du 9e Forum mondial de l'eau qui s'est tenu à Dakar en mars dernier. À cet égard, il est fort heureux que les organisateurs, l'Égypte et les Nations Unies, aient compris l'importance de bâtir des synergies entre l'agenda du climat et celui de l'eau, notamment en perspective de la 2e conférence des Nations Unies sur l'eau qui se tiendra en mars 2023 à New York. Enfin, je souhaite que les conclusions de la journée de l'eau puissent contribuer à bâtir un cadre global pour renforcer la sécurité de l'eau et de la résilience partout dans le monde. Ensemble, faisons en sorte que la COP27 puisse poser le socle des actions transformatrices d'une nouvelle dynamique favorable à la construction d'un monde plus prospère, plus solidaire et plus résilient. Je vous remercie de votre écoute attentive.
Thank you, Minister. And we would have someone from his delegation give a translation in very few words.
Hello. I'm not from his delegation, but I will try to summarize a few things. Sorry if I don't manage. Do you hear me properly like this? Okay, just a very short summary of what the minister has said. I think one of the most important things is that he celebrates the fact that we do have the water pavilion here, and we are putting water at the center of climate. The interaction between water and climate is extremely important, and Senegal supports this process very much. Secondly, I think it's important to mention that Senegal, being the host of the 9th World Water Forum and having concluded the 9th World Water Forum with what is called the Blue Deal, which completely changed the structure in which the 9th all World Water Forums were being held, and had a clear agenda of action to be taken forward to the United Nations Conference on Water in New York. Would like to take the Blue Deal forward because there is a conviction that that will help very much for prosperity of the planet, for sustainable development, for a green future for everybody on this planet. I hope that I'm summarizing you very well, Mrs.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Minister, for your very important comments. I hope some of the audience got all of you that you said, and some of us got a gist from the translation. So with that little very important detour that we got to hear from the minister, I would like to come back to our panel. That's our third speaker is Ines Dombrowski of IDOS. And Ines So we kind of are getting back to our Nexus discussions principle. And one of the things that we are hearing a lot about, and I work on, and I know many of us here work on, are solar irrigation pumps. That's another place where, you know, the Nexus principles gets actually implemented, because it's you're using the solar energy to withdraw water. So what does it mean for water? So given that, we also know, again, it's not a matter of technology. The technology here is pretty mature and it's ready to be deployed. But again, the issue is that of institution and policies. So you are working on groundwateriness, overuse in Jordan, and the Jordanian Secretary General earlier talked about the water, you know, the critical water issues in the country. So tell us about the role of solar irrigation pumps and potentially other innovative approaches such as solar farming can play in the region, both the negatives as well as the positives, or how do you turn those negatives into positives? Over to you, Ines, 5 minutes.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thanks a lot, Aditi. Thanks for having me, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, yes, indeed. I think solar pumps in irrigation is the topic we need to talk when we talk about the interface of water and energy. So obviously, using solar energy for pumping groundwater is a contribution towards combating climate change. And once the investment has been made, it's also a technology with low operational cost and therefore of great interest to the farmers. But I would say, in case there are not the correct regulations in place, it can also lead to higher water consumption. And in water scarce regions, it can increase overuse of water. And so let me just mention one example I've been working on recently. I've been working on groundwater overviews in Jordan, taking the case of Azraq, which is in the eastern part of the country in the desert region, an oasis town, where we have a very heavy overuse of water. More than 260% of the renewable safe yield is overused, both by extracting water for drinking water supply elsewhere in the country, but also securing an important wetland, which is the Ramsar site, but also a heterogeneous group of farmers extracts water there. And we have a situation where water is very shallow, and that makes it easy to access. And therefore, there are not only legal wells, but also many illegal wells. So I would say that solar pumps can play a negative role in two regards. First of all, it can encourage further illegal abstraction because access to cheaper technologies and new regulations made it possible. And then there will be additional abstractions, and the illegal farmers are also not connected to the grid, so they cannot feed in excess energy production into the grid. And then even for farmers with legal wells, there are no feed-in tariffs in Jordan. So they would also not profit from feeding it into the grid. And also power purchasing agreements are difficult to make. So I think this is a topic where maybe more dialogue between the water ministry and the energy ministry could maybe help working on these regulations. But then also, I think, the water ministry is working very hard on trying to reduce this over abstraction by farming. And so providing alternative livelihoods in these regions could also be a way forward. And solar energy farming instead of regular farming could be an option. But here again, the regulations are such that it's very difficult to implement it because of this lacking regulations on feed-in tariffs and power purchasing agreements, but also subsidized energy and water prices and many different reasons can be found here. So also, we see this growth interconnection of governance and technology in the sense that the grid system in Jordan doesn't easily absorb solar energy. So there's also, of course, important infrastructure prerequisites that need to be created in order to allow for further expansion of solar energy production. So I think, Your Excellency, I think you have this very nice water energy nexus committee in Jordan working on issues such as pump storage, etc. But maybe if that can also be used as a ground to address these more challenging issues between the two sectors, that would be very important. So the key message being, yeah, the technology alone without the right governance solutions might work in a counterproductive direction, and therefore this close coordination of policies is needed. Thank you.
No, absolutely, and that's a very critical point you're making here, Ines. And we do have these kind of policies in India, and there's a project that we are doing in one of the Indian drier states that's really dry, and there the farmers are currently earning anything between 20% of their annual income by selling electricity to the grid. So they have solar pumps which is connected to the grid, and there are policies where the government buys that and is helping the government in saving fossil fuel subsidies on the one place, and also helping them meet their commitments to do more solar energy without taking up a lot of land, because land is always a constraint when it comes to agricultural land. You can't take up more land to do more solar. So there are a lot of those synergies, and I think we are happy to talk about those solutions that we know have worked. So that brings me to our fourth panelist, Dr. Ibrahim Mohammad Mahmoud, who is from the irrigation improvement sector of the Ministry of Water Resources, Egypt. And to Ibrahim, Egypt is also experimenting with solar pumps and pilots. So can you tell us, is your experience similar to Jordan? Do you have this energy irrigation kind of purchase agreements, or how are we doing solar? And then perhaps if we have a few minutes more, we can hear from the Jordanian counterpart also, but after we finish our panel. But yeah, so Ibrahim, please, what's happening in Egypt?
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me now? Yeah. So pleased to be with you in the Water Pavilion and this important session about Nexus. So the water management system in Egypt starts from the High Aswan Dam to the River Nile, and then to the main canal, and then to the branch canal. At the branch canal, this is the last point for management for Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation. So the challenge is after the branch canal itself. That's why in Egypt, we are suffering. We have a gap between supply and demand because we have a fixed supply and the demand is increasing with time. That's why the ministry developed a national water resource plan, the period 2017-37. One of the most important pillars, we have 4 pillars, is the most efficient use of the available water. That's why we invest a lot in that pillar. And in that pillar, mainly we are talking about the agriculture water use. In Egypt, agriculture water use about 80% of the total demand of the water management. That's why we started to talk about what we call irrigation improvement. Irrigation improvement in very simple that we have at the branch canal level for water management. We have what we call rotational system. We have on and off days. Meanwhile, we are suffering long time ago now from the land fragmentation. We started to talk about irrigation improvement. It's a way for land consolidation and collecting the farmer to work together. In a very brief, irrigation improvement that if we have a huge number of pumps abstracting water from the branch canal, we collect them in one lifting point. We call one single lifting point. Every point or pump station feeds about 60 to 100 feddans. And then that's why we developed a new law we call Law 213/1994, and nowadays Law 147/2022, that to put the participation to be one of the very important part in the law. We established MESCA Water Association. We construct this collective pump and then pumping to the fields. What we suffered, we started with diesel pumps and then with electrical pumps. For electrical pumps, we have to provide medium voltage and low voltage, and we have a cost recovery for the farmers. That's why we start to think about using solar energy in this pump station. Solar energy for the farmers, because the most important part in the irrigation improvement, water saving, of course, and also higher productivity, and also collecting the user together. The solar pumping, it was a good way or a Nexus solution for us to provide solar energy. Why? Because solar energy, it can treat the land fragmentation. For land fragmentation, they can use one of the land for a group of farmers, 50 or 60 farmers. Every farmer they have one or two faddans, and then they construct this solar panel through their MESCA or tertiary system. Another business model we started to think about to treat with the land fragmentation. What's about to use the branch canal? The branch canal, it is a property of the ministry. To put the panels along the branch canal, the banks itself and across the bank. That's why we put another model to treat with this problem with land fragmentation, to put the solar panels along the branch canal itself. Of course, we have many areas, because now I'm talking about surface water, and the surface water is the biggest part of water management in Egypt and water resources. Using solar pump at this scale for the branch canal is very important for the users, as they have a cost recovery. So at that case, the cost recovery will not be very much for them. Solar energy, because as sun all the day for Egypt, for solar irrigation is very important for them to save the cost for operation and maintenance. Also, meanwhile, we have also an inverter. They can also transfer the solar itself to the grid, and that can also save money for them. So now applying solar irrigation in the irrigation improvement multi-purpose for the farmers themselves. They have higher productivity, less consumption of energy, and of course, higher living standard. So solar irrigation, it's the best solution for us to tackle these problems.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think you bring in the new perspective around lifting of surface water. And if we have time, we can also inquire if there's also groundwater use happening in Egypt, but we can hold on till we go through our other two panelists. Our fifth panelist is Noura, and Noura, you work with rural marginal communities. And one of the things that we are very sure that both energy transition and water transition needs is putting those marginalized voices at the heart of those discussions. So how can rural women play a role in this transition?
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you and thank you for all attendees and who supported me to be here in the panel. Actually, we have about 40% of the world population who are still use the traditional forms of energy like kerosene and other wastes of crops and animals. We know that women spend about 94 minutes per day for cooking. So she is the most one who are exposing to air pollutions, toxic fumes and hazards. That's why we need to support her to have participation in climate finance mechanism, especially for implementation on the ground. Also, we have to support her in decision making, policy making, and to have a role in agriculture, especially in Africa. And female entrepreneurs have a very important role in innovation. We need to trust and believe in women abilities, especially in consultation, innovation, and technology. Awareness is very important in industry, agriculture, and the private sector about the role of women in this sector. More opportunities should be provided for plans of climate change mitigation and adaptation. So here the support should be institutional support, especially economic, financial, in education, and social support also in the private sector, in industry, companies, investments, and businesses, in international organizations and associations, especially local associations in rural areas and communities. Besides the role of Center of Excellences in universities to support women to have a role in research and education. So briefly, we should believe in women abilities in consultation and innovation and technology.
Thank you.
Yes, and absolutely correct. And I think our panel and our audience is today almost equally men and women. So I think we are seeing, we are moving in that direction, and this is becoming more and more kind of center and heart of our policy. So thank you, Nora. So with this, I come to our last, but obviously not the least panelist, Raya. And Raya, we have so far been hearing all of our speakers have one way or the other have talked about governance, institution, policies, the need for inclusion, need for justice, etc. So how do we incorporate substantive environmental justice component into this global governance structures that we have?
All right. Thank you so very much. So my name is Raya Salter. I am based in New York. I'm the executive director of an organization called the Energy Justice Law and Policy Center. I'm an energy attorney and clean energy advocate that focuses on energy regulation, but I'm also an activist and work extensively with environmental justice and climate justice organizations. Thank you so much for having me today. Thank you for being here. I want to especially give attention and uplift your comments that I found to be extremely profound about the role of women. So we've certainly heard here on this panel that water is really at the heart of energy development and production. And of course, we have historically seen many, countless environmental and climate injustices with regard to water, be it inappropriate hydroelectric power and dams, be it pollution of lakes, waters, and streams. It's also something that we see happening right now, including in the United States, where we see what we call fracking, hydraulic fracturing, disturbing water tables. And we also have seen just in the past, up the past year or two, indigenous water protectors fighting tar sand oil being brought from Canada, thousands of miles to be refined in Texas, and along the way disturbing water tables and other water resources, and a tremendous amount of activism and protest around those things. So it's an extremely important and current issue. And I do think that there are a lot of examples of solutions. So I will bring up one thing that's happening in New York State, where our climate law requires that marginalized communities are not burdened by state clean energy spending. So we actually are having laws in the United States, certainly in New York State, that are requiring energy developers, especially those who are using state money, to tackle these issues of indicators, as our opening guest spoke to. What does it mean to provide benefits to marginalized or disadvantaged communities with regard to a water project, or an energy project? And take, for example, New York State has procured over $9 billion of offshore wind. So now these offshore wind developers need to contend with this concept of what does it mean to confer benefit? What does it mean to not cause harm to marginalized communities? One example is that they need to work with indigenous nations. The Shinnecock Nation in Long Island has a lot of issues, historical in terms of their treaty rights, including things that a lot of energy systems developers may not think of, like they're very concerned about the whale migration patterns, and that's very important to their culture and their treaty rights and governance. So I think what I want to encourage developers to do is to be on the leading edge of developing these indicators and working with activists, working with communities to be and putting resources towards both interacting with NGOs and stakeholders, but that social science and that in terms of how do we show the benefits that we're doing? How do we find the indicators? How do we demonstrate that we are bringing energy justice into the conversation and not causing harm to marginalized communities?
Thank you, Ryan. Those are excellent points. And on the topic of benefit sharing, I think I see a gentleman from Nepal, but I'm not sure whether he's from Energy or Water Ministry or. But Nepal has some really good examples of benefit sharing in hydropower. So they actually give shares to the local people so that the profits from the hydropower gets actually distributed in the community. So I am aware that we are 1 minute behind schedule. Perhaps we can take a couple of more minutes, given that we had a out of program, well, a very good interruption, but still it took away a bit of our time. So what I want to do for the remaining couple of minutes is to give each one of you like 30 seconds to sum up, like one most important thing that you want our participants, our audience to take away as your important take home message today. So if I can start with you, sir, what is your that important thing that we should all take away after this session?
I think we have to adaptation with our water resources. The climate change effect, but how to live okay with the climate change. That's why we have to look for non-conventional water resources.
Yes, and I would like to advocate also to put water in the heart of climate change, both for mitigation and adaptation also, but also at the same point leaving the no one behind, which was just put in the last point.
So my message that climate change it should be our main concern now. So using all the tools for adaptation and mitigation, any ways that like as we explained, solar irrigation or other any measures, just for adaptation because it's very, very important for us.
Yes, we need to really work on this water energy nexus, and it's not so easy to overcome the silos. And therefore, putting potential synergies into the center is important to move forward and to have incentives to work together. But then once we have the trust, we also really need to make sure that trade-offs are addressed too. And for that, the careful consideration of technology and how it interlinks with regulation is needed. Thanks.
I think it's really important to shine a light on this energy water nexus. I think we need to step up enforcement. Someone mentioned the polluter pays principle, and it's important to step up enforcement. So, and I think it's really important that the advocacy community break these silos between energy and water and really start educating and agitating about this issue.
Please give the women a chance to have her opportunity in the consultation processes, innovation and technology in the field of energy and water. She has the ability for that.
Thank you. From the energy sector, we every day hear about energy efficiency, but I rarely hear about water efficiency. So because we are no more really talking much about adaptation in the energy sector. So I hope I can hear more about the water efficiency and adaptation in the energy sector. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, to me, I think that we need to stress that climate change is aggravating the water crisis. We need to adapt, and water reuse is part of the solution. To accelerate change for more and safer water reuse, we need bankable projects. We need to improve public acceptance and address institutional fragmentation, and put together appropriate regulations that do not copy-paste regulations in rich countries and that are adapted to the local context.
Thank you. Thank you. My heartfelt thanks to the entire panel and the speakers. So just to sum up in one word is that we already know that water is at the heart of adaptation, but what we do not often pay attention is the role of water in mitigation. And I think that's what we increasingly need to, because this is going to be the decade of mitigation, and water will actually make or break how successful we are in mitigating. So I think we need to really say that water is not only about adaptation, but water is also important for mitigation. And we water people have to have a seat at that mitigation table as well. So with that, I want to thank all the panelists for an excellent session. Thank you so much.
My name is Dr. I'm CEO of Hydroponics Africa Limited. Hydroponics Africa offers farmers cost-effective way of growing crops without soil to reduce in terms of in input costs so that our farmers can grow using less water and nutrients. Over the years, we feel that the farmers are not benefiting because of lack of rain, because of climate change. So we embarked on researching on the best way of growing crops using less water, less nutrients, and also less space. And we saw this technology, hydroponics. Even me, when I was in school, our teachers told me that you can only grow in the soil. But we realized that the crops does not consume soil, it consumes the nutrients in the soil. And then since you don't have soil, you can also grow vertically.
For me, one thing, it is not time consuming. What you need to do there is to water. I water once, maybe in 2 weeks, or 10 to 14 days. If I do the watering, it takes like 10 to 14 days for me to add another water. So that really it's an advantage to me because I'm not like doing here every day, considering I'm working and I'm a mother in the house. I had purpose to be my own consumption, but the plants, they are more sometimes. So sometimes I do sell because all things, if they are like this, it's overwhelming and you don't want to throw them away.
Our tubes are designed in such a way that the water stays in the system and there's no circulation. There's no injection of oxygen or air inside because we have been able to separate aeration roots and nutrient roots. By doing so, now we can grow all crops. So the choice of the crop for that tube, it will depend on you. What do you want to grow? So do you like consuming tomatoes? Then grow tomatoes in that tube, it will do well. If it is spinach, you have market for that, then it will do well. Our soil is becoming acidic, so we have to change. If you don't change, there is a growing population, then you will have a problem.
My name is Joyce Kamande. I'm a co-founder and the head of operations in Safi Organics. And my background is basically in procurement and logistics, but I have hands-on 6 years experience working with smallholder farmers in Kenya. We started Safi Organics way back in 2015. And we were like, what can we transform this biomass, huge biomass waste that is just thrown alongside the road and just doing open air burning. A major product is organic fertilizer, which basically we have collected it from rice husk, which is the main biochar, which is the main biomass. We have the planting fertilizer, we have a top dressing fertilizer, and now the soil amender. And we also have another product we call Safifolia. This product is an organic product, carbon negative fertilizer that helps the farmers sequester CO2 from the atmosphere. So it's a product that is environmental friendly. It increases yields to about 30% increase in yields, guarantee. And also it's able to save water for about water irrigation needs for about 30%.
Wakati nilianza kutumia hii ya organic, hata sikuwa natumia mombo ile nilikuwa natumia mbeleni. Hii ina reduce acidic kwa samba. Sasa hii ukiapply hii, ukitumia hii ya organic, hii fertilizer nyingine huwezi tumia. Juu hata ukitumia hiyo haikusaidii. Hii ya organic inakuanga na manufaa kushinda hiyo nyingine. Hapo iko tofauti. 1 acre fertilizer hiyo ingine unatoa ngunia 25 per acre, na hii ya safi inakupee about 30 to 28.
Our first customer was Mr. Dan, and he applied the 20 bags in his farm. And after the harvest, he was like, oh, you guys, welcome to my farm, so that we can celebrate that we did more harvest. He actually had double of what he harvested in that field. So it was something where, like, to us, it was, yes, we knew it would add to increase the yields, but not that much.
I'm Arpana Philip. I am the COO of SocoFresh. I come from India and I've been in Kenya for about 5 years now, hoping to spend the rest of my life here. SocoFresh is a social enterprise that provides farmers with access to cold storage services. Smallholder farmers actually bear the direct consequences of the brunt of climate change. There is growing food insecurity. In East Africa, and actually in sub-Saharan Africa, about 40 to 50% of all fresh fruit and vegetables are lost post-harvest. And a lot of the reasons why we have post-harvest loss is lack of supply chain infrastructure. From farm gate to markets, a lot of these cold storages are available for exporters near the airport, not really near the farms. And so what SocoFresh does is bring that innovation to the farms. And as you see, we're very close to the farms. We're walking distance from some of our farmer clients.
I'm Frederick Mutuli. It's my home. My shamba hii nalima avocado na hii ingine macadamia. In SocoFresh, they say it is good. So if they put the avocado for 5 minutes, the money is in my phone. They give me the money just the right time for 5 minutes. Anatuma kwa simu. Sasa kusikia hawa na wako na 65, mimi nikahama huko nikaingia kwa soko. Sasa mimi napea huyu ndio nasema nakuja siku gani na ndio nawekea yeye.
There's a lot of innovation, technology improvements happening around the world that farmers don't get access to, and they need it, especially because they are very small. And so SocoFresh provides exactly that. It provides access to markets and access to some of these technology innovations that they would not originally be able to use.
Au Sénégal, les petits producteurs et transformateurs de riz peinent à rentabiliser leurs investissements du fait du coût exorbitant de l'énergie pour l'irrigation et le décortiquage du paddy.
Énergie solaire bi xam nga ñun dañuy liggéey ci courant te umpale woon courant bi ñuy liggéey cher na lool tey da ngay bojj 6 mois soo paree bu la indilee sa facture courant boo moytuwul sa bénéfice bi nga am yëpp di nga ko delloo ci courant mën na am sax du mat
ndax dañuy utiliser 120 litres par hectare et par campagne kon suñu defee 2 campagnes dañuy utiliser ci hectare bu nekk 240 litres mu nekk coût bu am solo ci suñu compte d'exploitation.
Pourtant, les systèmes d'irrigation et les décortiqueuses solaires à petite échelle sont une alternative viable pour ces petits producteurs et transformateurs. C'est ce que promeut Energy for Impact à travers le projet Transformer la production et la transformation du riz par l'utilisation productive de l'énergie pour améliorer les moyens de subsistance et la sécurité alimentaire au Sénégal. Financé par la GIZ, ce projet s'inscrit dans le cadre du programme Eau et Énergie pour l'alimentation.
Ce projet part du constat que le riz aujourd'hui constitue une denrée de première nécessité au Sénégal et un enjeu stratégique à la souveraineté alimentaire du Sénégal. On sait qu'aujourd'hui également, les acteurs dans la chaîne de valeur sont confrontés à d'énormes difficultés liées au coût de production, mais également à la transformation du riz, particulièrement les coûts du carburant qui constituent aujourd'hui un des handicaps à la productivité du riz au Sénégal.
Parallèlement à ces actions de sensibilisation et de plaidoyer à l'attention des acteurs de la chaîne de valeur riz et des décideurs sur les enjeux de l'adoption des technologies solaires, Energy for Impact a procédé à l'installation de 8 sites de démonstration de technologies solaires au niveau de périmètres rizicoles et d'unités de transformation du riz.
Machine bi nag dañu ko fi indiloon benn projet bu ñuy wax Energy for Impact moo ñu mayoon machine bi day décortiquer ceeb ñun suñu béyee ba pare fi la ñu décortiquer ceeb bi ba mu nekk riz blanc ñu doog ko mën a.
Autant mais instant bi may wax ni utiliser wuñu gasoil bi ñu démarré saison bi léegi kenn utiliser wu gasoil.
li mu nu économiser soo ko évaluer ci benn hectare bi mu jox la benn recul de dépense au moins bu dee 10 daa am 600 et quelques mille d'épargne.
Energy for Impact assure également la mise en relation des petits producteurs et transformateurs avec des acteurs du secteur privé qui offrent des technologies solaires adaptées à leurs besoins. Les producteurs et transformateurs du riz, bénéficiaires finaux de ce projet, apprécient et prennent de plus en plus conscience des avantages comparatifs que leur offrent les technologies solaires.
Pompe solaire bi daal lu ñuy wërsëgu yàlla ak ñi nga xam ne ñoo am initiative yéene nañu pour que baykat man suqaliku moom boppam.
Did you know that food production uses 30% of the global energy supply? That agriculture consumes 70% of the world's freshwater resources? But that's not all. Farmers face many more challenges that negatively affect their food production and livelihoods. Climate change, for example, increases water stress and decreases soil productivity. To tackle these global challenges, the international multi-donor initiative Water and Energy for Food, We for Food, sustainably scales innovative solutions to meet the challenges in the water, energy, food nexus, promotes climate and environmental resilience and biodiversity through the sustainable, holistic management of natural resources and ecosystems, increases food production along the value chain through a more sustainable and efficient usage of water and energy, increases income for base of the pyramid women and men in both rural and urban areas. We for Food operates through regional innovation hubs around the world. The hub's main activities are identifying innovators, providing technical assistance in general business skills, marketing, and investment readiness, bringing together innovators, financiers, and investors, engaging with policymakers to advocate for improved enabling environments that allow innovations to grow and prosper, and providing trainings to local actors, such as smallholder farmers, development practitioners, or research institutions. Through these activities, we can impact nearly 1 million farmers using innovations that save water and energy with every usage, and help them to produce more food, which in turn increases their income. To learn more about water and energy for food, visit our website, follow us on social media, and subscribe to our newsletter.
Morning, good day, good afternoon, wherever you are listening and to this presentation. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the organizers, that means the GIZ, on behalf of PMZ, the Republic of Tajikistan, IFPRI, BGR, KfW Development Bank, the International Hydropower Association, and Itaipu, I'm welcoming you to this session on Nexus solution for climate resilient water, energy, food, and environment security. It's a mouthful. When we talk about Nexus, we already talk about the linkage of different sectors, and we have tried in this session to boil it down a little bit to lessons learned. So what are the lessons learned on various levels, be it on policy levels, on implementation levels, from private sector perspective, from public sector perspective? And I think we have a very interesting program, which we would like to share with you. The speakers from these different backgrounds will present lessons learned on showcasing the potentials of groundwater and surface water to help establish resilient food systems, and approaches to build such food systems, integrating also water, energy, and environment perspectives. So I'm very happy to have such a broad panel and broad audience with me today. And I'm very happy to welcome as the first speaker for the keynote, Mr. Jamshed Shoimsoda. Your Excellency is the first Deputy Minister of the Ministry for Energy and Water Resources in Tajikistan. He's in charge for water resources and management, so he manages a portfolio of water projects, makes policy, and develops legislation. So I think he's perfectly in place to set the scene for today. Minister, the floor is yours.
I should sit or stand? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. And first of all, welcome to the Water Pavilion. Welcome to this very important day. First time the COP we have Water Day, and all in the COP will be speaking about the water. Why? Because 74% all climate issues come through the water. It's a flood, dries, and that's why it's the first time that we have Water Pavilion, and thanks to government of Egypt that allow us to do it together jointly with all this organization. And for me, it's very important to be stand here and discussing very important issues here. We all know that world is changed very rapidly, and the speed of the changing is very fast. We cannot imagine 20 years ago that the speed of the changing the world will be this way. Natural disasters like COVID-19 pandemic, conflicts, risk of the water, energy, food, and environment security. And all of this one come to the very big impact, of course, mostly to the lower and middle income countries, and starting from the top, going to the smallholder farmers, of course. But it's still not finished yet. The problem is already started. The energy prices are also increasing, fertilizers prices, everything go to that normal life is a little bit changed. The transportation cost, agriculture production, everything is very demand to each other. And of course, our global food system is also very impacted to the climate issues. We understanding that demand will be increasing, just only increasing. Some figures we have already put in the whole this COP. And especially I want to mention is that food, water, energy demands will be increasing by 20, 35, 40, and 50% in 2030. And of course, it will be also depend on the population. 40 years ago, the population of the Earth was just only 4 billion. Now we're 8 billion. It means that demand of the water resources, energy, food, everything close to 2 times. And it's not stopping. It will be, it will continue. Of course, it's also depending on this process, especially climate change will very affect us, especially in my country, is most related to the melting of the glaciers and the water shortages for agriculture and energy is not only related to my region, it's a world issues. In this context, I think it's very important to understand how we can reserve these trends, how we can mitigate these trends. We're understanding that all issues very dependent with each other. The challenging also high interlinkage. I mean the water, energy, food, agriculture, and climate change. And it's very important to have intersectoral approach, like the water, food, energy, environment nexus. I think it will can be some tools with a useful islands to design solutions that overcome the intermediate challenges we will be facing in the now and in future. I think we have some success factor how can help this, how can use this. First, we need to rethink the role of the water storages in ways that improve our resilience of climate change. It's not just only to build some dams. Also, of course, to build is also important. But in any case, we also should focus on the natural storage, as the glaciers, snow, permafrost, aquifers, wetlands, everything. And in this case, if you're using a common approach, we can use it as one of the very important key to deliver water in the right time, in the right place, in necessary quantity. It's very important for irrigation, very important for the agriculture. Second, I think decision maker needs to raise your ambition to mainstream such intersectoral approach to decision makers. What does that mean? It means that we're understanding that all sectors has its own view how they should develop, but we should focus for 5 sectors. It should be joint discussing how we can develop together, how we can put the ambition to the one umbrella and make one solution, which will be, of course, maybe more selective to the one of them, but in generally, it will be very important for all, especially in the climate sector. I think we're all understanding that all countries have all national adaptation plans for the climate, national determination, contribution, and everything already done. But it's very important that it's not just only look into the one issues, energy, climate, or water. It should be mixed. It should be one for all of them. Third, unpacking the complexly and funding Nexus solution must be done through the intersectoral cooperation network and stop solid approach. Of course, it is also important that in this approach, we also should bring not just only governments, officials, or decision makers. It's also important that it should be starting from the ground. Civil society, the people, the private sector, international organization, all should be near to this solution. And of course, I think that very important to us is to using these tools, to using this approach, this necessary manner, necessary approach. Republic of Tajikistan, of course, we are supporting this Nexus, and we might know that our minister is already Minister of Energy and Water Resources, and we can put just agriculture and it will be one umbrella. But it's a little bit difficult way, because in my country, 95% is depend on the hydros. That's why we're on the one umbrella. But in any case, if you go to this approach, and as we are promoting Tajikistan, which will be very important, we fully understanding that during that, especially in water issues, it will be difficult to get the target of the SDG6, of course, but in general, we understanding the water is the core of all actions. That's why important to united around the water and around all these problems. I also use this opportunity to bring your attention to the cross-sectoral cooperation in the Nexus. Why? Because it was chosen by one of the themes of the topic of the next conference, of the UN Conference 2023 in New York, which Tajikistan and Netherlands are co-hosted. We are already understanding that it's important that we're including, and it was adopted by PJ in end of October. And of course, it also was doing by the framework Dushanbe water process. And you might know also International Decade for Action for Sustainable Development. And based on that, of course, I bring your attention to this very important conference, to active participation of this conference, to make this conference something unique for the world and, of course, for all of us. On behalf of the Republic of Tajikistan, I would like to thank of our partners, especially European Union, GIZ, to make these events and, of course, our participation. I look forward to the fruitful discussion this afternoon, and that gives us hope, ideas, energies, and to all overcome changes in the front of us. It's a very important meeting, and meeting which we can be one of the solutions, create some solution for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister, for your keynote and also your link to the UN Water Conference next year, I think, which is important that Nexus has found a home there as well. Let me hand over the floor virtually to Johannes Muntau. He's advisor on water energy for food and a colleague of GIZ based in Germany. He provides an input for introducing the initiative Water Energy for Food to all of us. Before then we can enter into the panel discussion. So yeah, there he is. Hello, Johannes. Good morning to Germany. The floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you, Dieter, for giving me the word and the kind introduction. And thank you, dear Deputy Minister, for this great keynote speech and the clear message on why it's time to think in integrated solutions and promote the nexus for climate resilience and food security. I can see my slide till now. Could you bring up the PowerPoint, please? Otherwise, I will start. So, dear panelists, dear partners and guests, in this session today, we talk about panelists. Next slide, please. Have some great experience and lessons learned to share about Nexus solutions around the world. But before I start, this presentation is on behalf of all co-conveners, namely BGR, GIZ, IFPRI, the International Initiative Water and Energy for Food, KfW Development Bank, Republic of Tajikistan, and UNECE. So, as you may have heard during the last 6 days, and you know already, we are facing multiple crises, and also our food system is facing multiple crises. So we have the triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, combined with other crises such as COVID-19, conflicts, especially now the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, and others. Additionally, extreme weather events and droughts and floods putting 733 million people to water stress. Further, the dramatic increase in prices of fuel and fertilizer, as well as food, as well as the disruption of supply chains, putting our agriculture and food systems under great pressure and risk, with the consequences that the UN has estimated that in 2022, over 300 million people are facing severe food insecurity. So we need to ask ourselves, what effective solutions, meaning tools, interventions, and policies, do we have to manage and combat these crises to enable sustainable system transformation and climate resilient food systems? So here the co-conveners of this session think that the water energy food ecosystem nexus approach can provide such strong solutions. Next slide. Because the nexus recognizes the interlinkages between water, energy, food, and ecosystems. And the nexus is critical to identify these interlinkages, quantify these interlinkages between those sectors, and in order to achieve sustainable development goals and to manage the current crisis I just presented. That's the key benefit of the nexus, because the nexus strives to put all the sectoral needs in balance and to secure long-term accessibility to natural resources. So thus, this nexus helps us to break down established silo structures, allowing the dialogue between stakeholders and supports to identify and develop unified actions, therefore holistic and integrated solution possibilities for climate resilient transformation. Next slide. As a co-convener, I'm really happy and glad to organize this event, because together with all the other panelists and co-convener, we can showcase which good Nexus solutions are already existing and which experience and lessons learned are there across the world, across regions, where we can build on, opening up opportunities and to identify strategic intervention areas across sectors and scale. Because it's mandatory to break down silos, open up the dialogue between the stakeholders, meaning governments, international organizations, research institutes, civil society, and the global and local private sector, and coordinate among each other for joint implementation and resource mobilization. So I'm really happy to hear in the upcoming two panels how we can boost the sustainable use of resources, especially water, how we can develop inclusive Nexus policies, and how we increase or leverage the inclusive access to Nexus solutions on the ground for smallholder farmers and other end users towards a climate resilient food system transformation. Thank you very much, and over to you, Dieter.
Thank you very much, Johannes, for that very interesting input and setting the technical scene. And now I'm handing over to Veronica Girardi from the UN-ETSE, who is in charge for the environmental affairs in the Commission. And yeah, handing over to her for moderating the first panel. Veronica, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dieter. And good morning, everyone. So before starting, I would call the panelists of the first panel to join me here on the podium. And I will briefly introduce myself. So as Dieter said, I'm Veronica Girardi. I work as Environmental Affairs Officer in the Secretariat of the Water Convention, which is hosted by the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNEC. And today I have the pleasure to moderate the first panel of this event, during which our great panelists will discuss the potential, but also the constraints that different types of water storages can bring to energy and food security. Indeed, as we already listened in the opening remarks, in consideration of the challenges we face, we need to design and make the best use of solutions that enable us to ensure sufficient levels of water quality and quantity for sustainable food and energy production. And water storage is one of these, and a key adaptation strategy for prolonged growth expected to increase with climate change. Therefore, to our first panelist, which is Mr. Ariel Schaeffer de Silva, Head of Environmental Management of Itaipu Binacional, I would like to ask, in the current context, how can surface water storage management and hydropower assist in delivering on water, energy, food, and environment security targets in a national and transboundary context?
Thank you, Veronica. Well, I will give you a little bit of our background or an experience where we developed in South America in a transboundary partnership developed between Brazil and Paraguay. We are partners in a big hydropower plant that is located in one of the most important food production in the region, in Brazil and also in Paraguay. In this region, this reservoir is not only a reservoir for generating energy, it's a reservoir to promote sustainable development. So the water that we use and we share binationally, but also downstreams we have Argentina, so we have to have responsibility with the neighbors also. We developed lots of connections that Mr. Johannes showed us in this SDGs context, and we could put in practice in more than 240 municipalities, all these connections working with nature-based solutions, increasing resilience, increasing ecosystem service to promote water quality and quantity for energy, for multiple purpose uses, and also for the nature and agriculture, of course. This region passed through a very hard 3 years drought and also 3 years of pandemics. So this was the main source of water for 240 municipalities. It was very important to run this regional and territorial management context of the water resources to have water security for food, for nature, and for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel. So building on what we just listened from Ariel, I would now like to pass the floor to our second panelist, which is Mr. Eddie Rich, Chief Executive Officer of the International Hydropower Association, and ask you, Eddie, based on your experience, what hydropower technologies can best contribute to a conjunctive and climate-resilient use of different water stores across a river basin to optimize adaptation and mitigation benefits for food security?
And thanks, everyone. It's lovely to be here. Look, I think to answer your question, the example that Ariel gave from Itaipu is very illustrative of what the evolution of hydropower is globally. I mean, it started in so many cases as a provider of baseload. And let's not forget that it is still the largest of all the renewables in terms of baseload. It's almost as much as wind and solar put together. Now, in that sense, it is the forgotten giant of renewables. That's what Fatih Birol, the executive director of the IEA, says. So you have that. It provides the energy. And then second, it's that nexus issue. It's the fact that it can back up wind and solar. It's that firm storage for when the wind isn't blowing, the sun isn't shining. And on top of that, all of those wider issues that Ariel was talking about with providing clean water supply, irrigation, transport and leisure and so on. So it has all of those nexus issues. And in order to make sure that we get the best out of that, we must do the planning, like the Deputy Minister from Tajikistan said so well. You plan in 4 ways. Number one, you make sure that you know how much energy you're going to need, how much backup you're going to need with increased wind and solar coming on, how much irrigation, how much water supply, all of those elements. Then work out, number 2, the sites. Number 3, how are you going to make sure that you have the right policy framework and financial incentives for it to get built? And then 4th, and essential, you have to build it and build it sustainably. And then hydropower can fill all of those roles.
Thank you, Eddie. This is very interesting and very look forwarding with a clear instruction, clear plan for everyone. So, so far we talk about surface storage with the first 2 speakers, but water is also stored naturally into aquifers. So I would like now to give the floor to our third panelist, which is Mr. Thomas Imelschbach. Head of Groundwater and Soil Sciences Department and Deputy President of BGR, which is the German Federal Institute for Geosciences and Natural Resources, which is connected online. Good morning, Thomas. So, speaking about subsurface, national, and transboundary water storages, could you please tell us what is the potential and what are the limits of groundwater for climate change adaptation in sub-Saharan Africa, for instance?
Hello to everybody. Thanks for inviting me. Yes, groundwater is stored in subsurface and it's a result of rainfall of previous rainy seasons, sometimes even decades before. And so groundwater naturally stores, and by the way, it distributes water across time and space in the subsurface. Aside this, groundwater resources are the most largest freshwater resources in the world. And therefore, under certain conditions, we can use it as a buffer if we are facing severe droughts, for instance. The most important condition for sustainable use of this storage is, however, just like your bank account, that we extract not more than it is replenished back into the ecosystem. Now, climate change affects rainfall regimes in many places, which might also alter groundwater recharge. So climate change in some areas is leading to severe droughts, and rainfall periods are missing over sometimes 5 or even more years. However, recent studies indicate that especially for southern sub-Saharan Africa, some aquifers are quite resilient to even much longer drought periods. For sub-Saharan aquifer, studies show that the most countries use only a small portion of its groundwater resources, their renewable groundwater resources. And so if we plan that every person has about 130 liters of drinking water per day to each inhabitant from groundwater, we would use only 25% of the long-term average recharge. So for most of these countries, it is even less than more of 10% recharge. Here is a large potential to use renewable resources to buffer for example, prolonged drought periods. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Hearing about the potential of groundwater in Africa, I would now like to go to our last panelist, so Mrs. Makena Ireri, which is the Director of Clean Energy Access Research in East Africa of CLASP, and ask you, Makena, there is a growing movement of farmers digging their own wells to access groundwater in response to more severe and longer droughts. How does this movement improve food security?
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. As you've heard, groundwater is really an untapped resource, and in sub-Saharan Africa, more so than maybe in other parts of the world. And you're right, like when we witness the kind of droughts that we're seeing currently, for example, in the Horn of Africa and in northern Kenya, where I'm from, accessing groundwater becomes really critical. And so, of course, there's people really trying to do that using hand-dug wells, but also boreholes. People are going deeper and deeper. But what that brings to the fore then is that, fine, you have the groundwater, fine, you've dug the well, but there's that transportation of that water that is really important. You have to move that water. And here then comes my favorite appliance, which is a solar water pump. Right there at the nexus of energy and water is how we utilize this groundwater, especially in many areas of sub-Saharan Africa, to make sure that we have this kind of productive potential and we're really utilizing this potential that we've got. How that translates directly is that people can then grow more. There's access to water for animals, there's access to water for growing more food, and this kind of builds people's resilience over time. I think another thing to note here is that hand-dug wells are affordable. We're talking about places that are very cash constrained, places that are at the forefront of climate change and have many other needs for financing that are really urgent and crucial. So really moving to local solutions that are by the people, for the people, but coupled with this technology of solar water pump especially, could be a real game changer to how we're delivering water, and indeed water for agriculture and therefore food security in some of these areas.
Thank you, McKenna. So since our speakers have been very good and very punctual in their replies, we have now time for a second round of question to them to dig a little bit more in this argument. So I come back to water storage potential and the relations of up downstream as well as groundwater, surface water. And I would like to ask to Eddie, how can hydropower sustainability tools create synergies between hydropower reservoirs and other natural water stores located downstream, like wetlands and groundwater?
Yeah. First of all, we have to. Is this on? Yeah. First of all, we have to really recognize that point about water storage, right? What you've said there as a potential energy backup for wind and solar. This is the ignored crisis within the crisis. This is how water storage can fill the hole left by coal, in terms of being there for storage, but also for backing up energy systems, making our energy systems much more resilient. Now, part of the planning, as you say, is around sustainability. Once you've decided that you're going to build and you've got the funding together and you're ready to shovel. So what do? You need to make sure that the impact has no net, is net positive to in environmental, social, and in governance terms. And this is something, of course, I don't need to tell this audience, hydropower has been around a long time and learnt some pretty rough lessons on. We didn't always get it right. But being sort of the granddaddy of the renewables, we've also learnt the most lessons. And we have been working for the last 15 years with NGOs and with governments and financial institutions, with banks, to try and work out what are these best sets of tools to make sure that you do have a sustainable hydropower system, and for water storage and for all hydropower. And though they've been developed into a set of tools of good practice and best practice. Now, I've got to emphasize, these tools, which are now actually a standard, and I know Tajikistan is applying the standard in its new developments, and I applaud them for that. This standard does not belong to the industry. This is not an IHA standard. This belongs to governments, companies, civil society, and banks together. It's independently assessed. This is not the industry marking its own homework. This is how to look across all of those nexus issues to make sure that you are building a sustainable, long-term, forever infrastructure. And if anybody wants to know more about the details of the standard and how to apply the standard, come up to me afterwards. I'd love to tell you more about it. I'd love to see this standard applied to every single new hydropower operation and plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Ariel, you may want to add, what are, based on your experience, the framework conditions that can encourage a dam owner in minimizing trade-offs between hydropower production and food production?
We have to think synergistically regarding downstreams and upstreams. If you don't respect in a hydrographic basin, if you don't respect the whole neighbors or partners or communities, or country neighbors, we don't have a good management and you have consequences. So in our experience in Brazil and Paraguay as partners, we have downstream, we have Argentina, and we have good partners upstream that they take care of water, so we don't have great sedimentation, we don't lose lifespan of the reservoir. And we have to think this about neighbors downstream, where we can send them good water with water quality, try to avoid sedimentation, so nature-based solutions is a great way to do that. But we, in our experience, we developed a very good planning that Eddie mentioned here. In 1973, we developed a partnership, a three-parties agreement, Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay, to use our river basin water, respecting the other uses downstream. So this was planning, was dialogue, was thinking about the neighbors and other partners. So we have a very good, successful case of peaceful and very well managed water resource in South America. And also Paraguay with Argentina in another downstream partnership has also the same kind of agreement. That's it.
That's very interesting. Thank you, Ariel, especially, at least for me, that I'm working on transboundary water within UNEC Water Convention. So, Thomas, coming back to groundwater, from your point of view, what is the most needed to unlock groundwater as a natural water storage and draw resilient resource for cities and farmers in a sustainable manner?
Yes, of course, we have three bottlenecks. We have not much knowledge, technical and financial resources, and management structures in developing countries. So this, in first hand, must be saved. We must have institutions which have the knowledge about groundwater resources, which are able to perform exploration in groundwater resources, and which are able to calculate the reservoir size and the endurance of water storage in the aquifer systems. This is an overall necessity for understanding how groundwater is replenished over time. So we need an idea about the age of groundwater, how long the last precipitation period contributed to the resources, and so on and so on. And this will lead to the very good knowledge, how we can pump the groundwater resources, how we have to treat them. Another very important issue is we have to install institutions in the countries which perform exploration, so drilling, exploring deep aquifer systems. And these deep aquifer systems storing huge capacities of groundwater might help to overcome the severe droughts in southern sub-Saharan Africa. Normally the hand dug wells are fine, yeah, but they have explore only a very, very small portion of the entire groundwater volume which is available, could be available. Therefore, we need much more efforts to explore this valuable resource.
Thank you, Thomas. Since we are running against time and we need soon to conclude this first panel discussion, I would like to ask to McKenna the last question. So, how can access to clean energy technologies support food and water security in East Africa, particularly given the long-term drought there?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll try and be fast. So first of all, energy powers a lot of information devices, because one of the things that we are suffering from, I think, in Africa is a lack of data, lack of information. All those grayed out areas on maps are usually in sub-Saharan Africa where it says no data. So we need data on where the water resources are and that data needs to filter down all the way to the farmer. So it can't stay at a government level, it can't stay in an office, it has to be with the farmer so that they know what kind of resources they have to utilize. Beyond that, I've already talked about solar water pumps. I think energy and distributed energy, particularly when we're talking about being at the front line of food security and water security. You need the energy to be distributed and then to power these appliances that are really essential. So solar water pumps to increase yield, for irrigation, for water, for livestock. But beyond that, after you've produced the food, you need cooling. You need ways to preserve food, to reduce waste, and to make sure that we connect these cold chains all the way from the farm to the market, because then at least we are also increasing economic resilience, not just, of course, food resilience. When cooling maybe is not an option, or maybe we need to go beyond that, then there's energy processing using renewable energies. I think this is also really important in sub-Saharan Africa, converting food to more usable or more nutritious versions of the food, or easily consumed, but also to kind of take care of the waste situation, right? Converting food using processing. And finally, transport. Electrifying transport of food, of water, I think is really, really important, and is really going to make us kind of connect the final dots to make sure that food is also easily distributable across sub-Saharan Africa. I know there's also a challenge, and a way really to increase our food security. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Makena, and thanks to all the panelists of this part of the event. We have concluded the time for this first panel, and so I ask the panelists to leave the floor for the second round of panelists. That will be before that we will see a short video message from Mr. Bekele, Ambassador of Ethiopia to the United States. And then we will have a second panel moderated by Dieter. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day. Allow me to express my appreciation of the International Food Policy Research Institute of CGR to organize the Water Energy Food Nexus together, including environment and climate change during this COP27 event. The multiple pathways that interconnects the water, food, energy systems to biological diversity and climate change has gained growing global recognition, not only in the scientific community, but also among policymakers as well. We have now seen 3 joint food fuel price crises in recent memory. The crisis of 2007-8, the crisis of 2011-12, and the ongoing crisis with skyrocketing prices and food inflation that became apparent in 2022, but has been starting with the COVID-19 pandemic. These crises are interlinked with climate change and climate extremes. For example, the Eastern Horn of Africa has weathered 4 seasons of drought exacerbated by La Nina and the effect of climate change. By the end of 2022, an additional 6 million people may have been already experiencing severe hunger there, according to the World Food Programme. Overall, in the Horn of Africa, 22 million people became under the condition of severe problems. Ethiopia is no exception. The country has been suffering from food inflation and high energy prices, and rainfall is insufficient or causing flooding, adversely affecting food production in the countries. This interlocked crisis demonstrates that food and energy systems are interlinked and that these systems in turn are affected by continuing degradation of the environment and water resources. In all these crises above, there is either too much water or too little of it, leading to crop failure, livestock loss, and food insecurity. Many of the countries suffering the worst impacts are relatively poor, with little resilience. Climate change exacerbates existing vulnerabilities, thereby becoming a contributing factor to food and water insecurity. Addressing and ultimately preventing such crises is a complex global challenge and requires system approach that jointly considers water, energy, food, and environmental systems. Nexus thinking is needed to identify linkages, trades-off, and synergies across water, energy, food, and environment sectors at different levels so that resilience can be built across systems. In order to translate system understanding into action, practical and user-friendly tools for decision makers that allows them to draw on scientific evidence in responding to crisis, so that actions in one sector do not negatively impact other sectors. This system's approach also supports the identification of solutions in one sector that can support multiple positive impacts concurrently. Ethiopia has been using systems analysis to jointly place energy and irrigation systems, which are productive use of energy. The country is now also the first on the continent building a large number of decentralized mini-grids that combine clean solar technology with other energy sources to grow the resilience of energy supply together with irrigated for production to weather future climate crisis. Ethiopia is also using Green Legacy Initiative, planted 25 billion trees in the last 4 years, combined with terracing, water harvesting, in order to reverse degradation, help climate mitigation, also increasing carbon sink, increase nutritious food production like fruits, and improve water budget in the river basins. We are grateful to the CGR Nexus Gains initiative in helping us analyze the benefit systems from new energy technologies in rural areas for food and water security and the livelihoods of poor rural women and men. This will not be the last food and water crisis that we are experiencing in the world, but let us all use systems analysis and the Nexus thinking to make sure that we are better prepared. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and my appreciation to Ambassador Bekele for his words, in particular also mentioning the food and water crisis we are in and which unfortunately will still be coming. We move to the second panel on a different level. On the one hand, on interventions, tools, and the policy need for enabling environment of the WPfD Nexus, but also I'm very happy to have a look outside the water sector and have numerous agriculture and food experts here, because while we had the first panel was more focusing or has a link to energy, now we are looking to talk with the food and agriculture people, because this is what the WPfD Nexus is about. And unfortunately, in the past, quite often, too often, water people talk to water people. That doesn't bring us very far. So I'm very thrilled to see today that we've got this mix, and I'm happy to invite Julia Weatherhawk from the UNFCCC, Adaptation Officer, and in charge for the Climate Resilience Food Systems Alliance at the UNFCCC, and Kiprom Abe, the Country Program Leader and Research Fellow and Head of the International Food Policy Research Institute, IFPRI, here in Cairo. We also have Christiane Eringhaus, the Senior Sector Economist on Agriculture and Rural Development at KfW Development Bank, and Samuel Vanderi Rigu from Safi Organics. He is the CEO of that company who has been, I would say, a front runner in using alternative and biological fertilizers to combine agribusiness with sustainability. Thank you very much for joining us today. As I said, we look into the policy and intervention and tools level and into different organizations. And let me start maybe with Julia on the Climate Resilient Food Systems Alliance. So what do you think? Why do we need the alliance to improve the enabling environment? So what are you doing in order to move forward with the world getting towards a more resilient food systems, linking also with the water sector?
Thanks, Dietrich, and thanks for having me here. I'm very happy to be part of this panel. Just a couple of words to introduce the work of the Alliance. The Alliance is an ensemble of UN and non-UN organizations. It comprises the RBAs, but also the big climate and environment agencies. So UNEP, UNCCD, UNDRR, UNFCCC as well. We also have a leadership group based of private sector, research, academia, NGOs, and civil society as well. And what we're doing through the Alliance is we're really striving to bring together climate and food action. So having an integrated approach towards food, agriculture, water, energy, and the environment at large is a priority for us. So all these organizations have different expertise and capabilities on the ground in over 80 countries worldwide. One of the main outcomes of the alliance is actually an integrated set of solutions. So a portfolio of solutions from which countries can pick and choose from and combine. So we're trying to develop this portfolio by consulting actively with our country stakeholders. And to give you an example, we're running a country case study over 4 countries. The countries are actually Ethiopia, Fiji, the Gambia, and Belize. And we're really mapping out how food and climate action can be better integrated at country level. So to give you a concrete example, are the smallholders farmers who are targeted by climate risk insurance also targeted by early warning? Oftentimes, this is not the case. So what can we do about it? How can we bring systemic change, right? So we've heard from the speakers before that hunger is on the rise, natural disasters are on the rise. I actually wrote, I read, I think a couple of days ago, the World Bank is estimating a global loss of $21 billion per year in natural disasters, and that number is set to grow in the coming years. We also know that 733 million people, Dieter, are actually in areas affected by high levels of water stress as well. And of course, all the audience knows that agriculture is one of the main sources and actors that are causing massive water withdrawal. I think agriculture accounts for 70% of the water withdrawals from aquifers, streams, etc. And at the same time, it's one of the main polluters. So how do we change this trend? How can we make it a positive trend? And I think that's really what the Alliance is all about. It's bringing the ministries together, the ministries of water, environment, food, and agriculture in the same room, and making sure that they have access to this integrated set of solutions. One of the solutions that I just briefly wanted to talk about is Nexus gains through CJR. And I think it was also referred to by the previous speaker from Ethiopia. Nexus gains really brings together a systemic approach towards ecosystems, energy, water, and food. And I think McKenna had this great example of solar water pumps. And Nexus Gains is actually one of the implementers of such solutions. But in addition, it brings foresight technology and planning to the fingertips of smallholder farmers. So they can actually not only see what kind of gains they can obtain in terms of energy, but also what the impact is on the environment and on their resources. So I'll just stop there, Dieter. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Julia. I think very interesting points on the combination of different partners, impressive figures you mentioned, and also that what just referred to the link of Nexus gains and foresight for small farmers. Now, coming to Samuel with Safi Organics. So you have been producing organic fertilizer in Kenya since 7 years. You have had great success, not only with the yield of the organically fertilized fields, but also with climate benefits of the fertilizers because they are biochar based. Now, we can say this is really a nexus and climate solution for the Kenyan farmers. What do you see as the main constraints and limiting factors for scaling your business when you hear about basically the potentials which are there and the need which is there? What are your constraints you're facing?
Thank you very much for that. It's indeed very interesting that farmers are paying 2 to 6 times the world fertilizer prices here in Kenya and across Africa because of logistics of importing these fertilizers to these smallholder farmers. But one of the things that we have seen, manufacturing fertilizer from the waste of the farmers and turning this into biochar, adding a special recipe to it. And this gives farmers a fertilizer that can save irrigation water needs by 15%, and at the same time avoid nutrient wash away by runoff, which is one of the significant impacts when it comes to eutrophication. Now, one of the biggest challenge that we have in terms of expansion and in terms of growing, one is the policy, because, for example, in our country, Kenya, we don't have a policy that guides organic fertilizers. Yes, we have a policy that looks at organic manure, but not organic fertilizer. And interestingly, there is no specific standard for organic fertilizers in the country. So one of the things that we did, yes, the policy or the structure allows us to build our own policy, but definitely this is an area that we need to look into in details to allow for firms or businesses that are upcoming with solutions for climate change to be incorporated in the system. Because when the system is too hard, it's too rigid for this organization, then it will mean that this organization will not be in a position to thrive, and hence we will still be lacking behind in terms of implementation and innovation in terms of the policies. So the other thing that I would like to point out, it's very interesting. Our government is looking to subsidize imported fertilizers, which to one end is it's a blessing to the farmer, but on another, it works against the small businesses that are innovating towards climate change in terms of if the governments have to do subsidies, then they should look at subsidizing locally produced, innovative, and climate-oriented technologies to help the small-scale farmers grow out of poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel, for your insights, and I think for a clear statement about how an innovative company is actually moving ahead, and the government policies and regulations have difficulties to follow and to actually set the incentives right. Thank you very much for that. Let me turn to Kiprom. Kiprom, from your perspectives, what tools and what actions institutions are needed to increase what we're just having right now, this cross-sectoral exchange and analysis for joint water, energy, and food security? So what is needed, and how do you see the perspective for this coming into reality?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. So the previous speakers have highlighted that climate change is accelerating the need to exploit the nexus. But I will add that it's not just climate change that's accelerating that. The trade shocks and different crises that we're facing are also accelerating the need to exploit the synergy and the linkage between the different sectors. I'll give you a typical example that I usually hear. Because of the Russian-Ukraine crisis, I joined meetings with Ministry of Agriculture in the Middle East and Ministry of Water. And it's very common to hear from the Ministry of Agriculture to say that they usually say that we can expand production by claiming more land, by reclaiming more land. And when you go to the water minister, what they're interested in is we want to maximize water use efficiency within existing lands. And that exactly tells the need to create a policy coherence at the highest level within water, land, and food policies. And there is also a need to create that synergy and a nexus at the ground level. So to be a bit more pragmatic, I'll mention 3 examples and projects that the CGIAR and IFPRI are doing. So at the highest level, we have one CGIAR initiative led by IFPRI, and that's called the National Policies and Strategies. And what we are doing is we're trying to create and mainly build policy coherence across food, land, and water systems within national and regional governments. That's at the very high level and the policy level. And then there is the Nexus gains you mentioned, which is trying to build again and bring multi-stakeholders and end users at the grassroots level, where we bring end users like groundwater users, energy associations, and other users. And then there is also a need for analysis and analytical tools to understand the nexus and measure the nexus. And what IFPRI is doing with the support of GIZ and together with the University of Ottawa is we are developing a nexus assessment tool where government authorities can assess the synergy and nexus across different investments using a typical example of investments in the Niger Basin, where authorities can assess what is the trade-off associated with a specific investment in the Niger Basin, and what type of mitigation strategies do we need? For example, if a specific investment leads to migration of fish, how do we lead to, how can we mitigate that? And that tool is one of the effective tools to assess the nexus gains in a practical way. Let me stop here and then I'll come back later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kibram, for your basically level approach on national level to create high national level support, to develop tools like the Nexus assessment tool to support decision makers and making trade-offs transparent, and then for bringing the stakeholders together on the ground. Now let me turn to Christiane from KfW. Could you share from a development and climate finance perspective, what scope do you see scaling up investments which are giving funds into water and food security while also strengthening environmental and climate sustainability?
Thank you very much. As you know, the calls for supporting integrated water management, integrated landscape management have been around for a while. The calls have become more urgent in recent times for obvious reasons, and we've heard a lot about in the first panel about that. From a development and climate finance perspective, this investing into this nexus is on paper, at least at first sight, very attractive, because not only can you fulfill your commitments to climate finance while at the same time increasing food security, you can also support renewable energy sources to strengthen value chains, as was mentioned in the previous panel. But also, I think what's very attractive about it, if you link it to landscape-based approaches, sustainable land management approaches, you can tie it to the nature-based solutions approaches and fulfill also biodiversity goals, which especially for the German government is a very important line of financing. So on paper, this is great. However, in practice, this type of the financing to these broad, holistic, integrated approaches is still the exception rather than the norm. Although there's a general agreement that more of that is needed. So why is that? First, I would say, this is very complex, and development finance institutions, especially development banks, are not really good at dealing with really large, complex, multifaceted, intersectoral approaches. And I would venture, especially our partner governments are not good at that either. So we need to get better at embracing complexity and working in complex scenarios. The second reason is cooperation, and I'm very happy what I heard before. The need to really put different sectors together in a room, but also government levels, national, county, local level, as well as public and private sectors, as well as civil society. from a financing perspective, you cannot negotiate with 20 parties at the same time. Now, you cannot develop a program, having separate conversations. You need to have a single entry point and a coordinated discussion. And that is not something that finance institutions can do for the partners. That needs to happen. And then the conversation can be very productive. So this proposal to have a joint platform where we can engage together is very much welcome. Finally, a big constraint is the policy and enabling environment, especially when we look at, for instance, our irrigation finance, that is being, basically hampered by limited water governance, and we follow as a development a do no harm approach with increasingly important also environment and social safeguards. So here, in our partner governments, we need an improving policy environment to invest in that, not only on water policy, but of course in land management as well as agriculture policy. Finally, so the appetite, not only from KfW, but in the development finance world for policy-based finance is very large. So we hope also from our partners to have ambitious and high ownership approaches that we can support. So that the conditions are actually good, but there are these three important hurdles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christiane, for these very kind of illustrative challenges which you have mentioned. Based on that, maybe because you mentioned the policy level as important, maybe coming back to you, Kibrom, you have mentioned that you're trying to put the national level together, the various ministries and so on. How successful are you in that, and what is really needed to really make this effective? Because we see that talking between the ministries is important, but doesn't always take place.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. I think I think you're right. It's not straightforward, but I think what's encouraging is this is also being taken up by governments, and there is also some interest from governments to ensure that policies across this food, land, and water sector are consistent and coherent and also sustainable. I mean, so we are just 1 year. We have had several discussions together with these policymakers. I would say I think we have been successful in terms of creating the consensus, but we have a long way to implement that on the ground, and that's what I can say for now. Hopefully, in 2 years, I'll have more to report.
Thank you very much, Kibrom. We are running late, therefore we really have to be a bit brief. Samuel, hearing that, it's still a lot to go with the policies, what Kibrom has mentioned. From your perspective, you mentioned also the missing policies. What would you like, what kind of partners do you see to help you getting these policies quicker on the table, and having, for example, a subsidies regime discussed in the countries? Who can actually help you and companies like yours to do that?
I believe one of the key partners is the private alliances. For example, here in Kenya, we have the Kenya Private Alliance, which is very, very instrumental when it comes to this. We also have the Chambers of Commerce. I believe that should also be part of the organizations, as well as, for example, here we have the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Now, in Kenya, Trist, we have organizations that are working with the SMEs and MSMEs. So those would be key in terms of bringing these to the table and working things out. And I believe in countries where this doesn't exist, there is an opportunity where to build up such organizations that will help again for the innovators.
Thank you very much, Samuel. And now the last question to Julia, because looking at your alliance and the partners in there, don't you think that this alliance would be very well positioned to actually support this top level policy development and the exchange between the key stakeholders on national level?
Absolutely, Dieter. I think this is spot on the ambition for the alliance. So the alliance has reviewed quite extensively all the NAPs, the NDCs, the national pathway document, and policy outcomes for the countries involved in the case studies. And we definitely want to branch out to new countries in 2023. So that's definitely on the alliance's radar. And I think it's very useful to have convenings such as this one, where we can keep the momentum going and make sure that all voices are heard and that better food, water, energy, and climate action is brought about through integration, through synergies, partnerships, and kept at the forefront of global policy agendas. So definitely very, very happy to try and make this happen.
Thank you very much, Julia. And so, Christiane, as you see, hopefully your wish for an improved cooperation and have one spokesperson to talk to for this kind of complex projects might become a reality in the future. And with that, thank you very much for being here. As I said, I was thrilled to have people from all the different sectors here, from different levels, because I think this is really what WEF Nexus is about. Bringing people together, and not the water people talk to water people, but this kind of session helps us, I think, moving forward. Thank you for being here. Sorry for running late, but I hope that you have still enjoyed the session. And thank you to the panelists and, of course, to all contributions. Thank you very much.
How are you? How are you? Yay, very good. This is Water Day, the first ever Water Day at a climate COP, but not the first ever water pavilion at the climate COP. This is the second year in a row, first year championed by the government of the United Kingdom. Now here in Sharm el-Sheikh, the government of Egypt not only made sure that there is a water pavilion, not only ensured that there's good coffee at the Food Systems Pavilion right across, but also that there is a first ever Water Day in the program to hopefully help influence from the positive sense the negotiations. Because water is your solution provider when it comes to climate mitigation and adaptation. It is the opportunity investing in water trickling down across everything we do when we talk about climate action. And that is why the theme of this day is water at the heart of climate action, as it was so nicely done already in Cairo. What we will do today in this hour is something special. You see it, a champions group. A champions group, because we need better examples on how to move ahead. Better examples that we can scale and replicate across the world. Better examples on governance, on science and data, on capacity, locally led, formally and informally. Better examples on policies and practices. Better examples on investments, and better examples on the projects that we can scale and replicate to actually get the most vulnerable out of harm's way, ensure an environment that is resilient, equitable, and sustainable, and be able to catalyze climate action from the places that are vulnerable. This is not a normal champions group. This is a champions group of those places around the world that are critically vulnerable. The deltas, the cities, and the small island and development states. We feel the hurt of climate change most predominantly in these places, while they also represent the places of opportunity, of growth. So investing in deltas, cities, and SIDS is what you could say your best bet when it comes to the mix of water and climate action. We have an amazing panel. But we start first with the Minister of Infrastructure and Water Management, Mark Harbers from the Netherlands. Actually, this is better. We are adaptive. So then I would also ask the other panelists on stage. Mr. Dr. Abdul Momem, Minister of Foreign Affairs from Bangladesh. We have Minister Swelam from Egypt, the Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation, and the lead on water and the water pavilion here. We have Cynthia Hunyunyu, President of the Pacific Island Students Fighting Climate Change. Yes, Cynthia, you brought an amazing fan group. We have Selina Ryder, Head of Policy and Strategy from the Green Climate Fund. And last but not least, Nita Pokrael, Chief of the Water Sector Group of the Asian Development Bank. Thank you. Yes. So first, before we deep dive into why deltas and the commitment of the many countries are so important, I'd like to hand over the floor to Minister Harbers from the Netherlands. Minister, welcome to Sharm el-Sheikh. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the Water Pavilion for the soft launch of the International Panel on Deltas and Coastal Zones. And this is a special occasion. Today, the front runners will meet for the first time. It's good to see that we come from widely differing backgrounds, from the worlds of science, technology, finance, and politics. As the one who started this initiative, I'm very pleased to welcome you all here today. This shows that Delta countries and small island states not only feel the need to work together, but also see that there are opportunities to do so. And this inspires us to forge stronger partnerships and to protect our peoples now and in the future. That's what it's all about. The urgency is undeniable. The number of climate-related disasters has risen by 30% in the past 10 years. In 2020, 50 million people were hit by drought, floods, and storms. 90% of these natural disasters are related to water. And in all scenarios, the risks to deltas and coastal zones are high to very high. The world's deltas are low-lying and densely populated. They are currently home to around 800 million people, and this number is set to rise by 50% by 2050. Deltas are also of huge economic value. Their location is strategically favorable. Is strategically favorable. And with their fertile soil, they play an important role in food production and biodiversity. Major investments have been made in infrastructure. Whether we're talking about the Parana Delta in Argentina, the Ganges Delta in Bangladesh, or our own Dutch Delta, climate change is putting extra pressure on all of them. And the same applies to small island developing states. We need to adapt in ways that are affordable, integrated, and flexible. No country can do this on its own, and they don't have to. We can learn from each other, strengthen each other, and share knowledge, solutions, and funding with each other. By their very nature, deltas encourage connection and exchange, not just of goods, but also of ideas. So let's do what we're good at. The Netherlands knows all about the issues at stake. 25% of our country is located below sea level. 2/3 of our country is vulnerable to flooding, and this area is where we earn about 70% of our GDP. And so we have our national Delta program for flood protection, conservation of fresh water, and for better spatial planning. We've also drawn up a national climate adaptation strategy to give all our major sectors, from farming to healthcare, guidance in adapting to climate change. And in each of these programs, science and knowledge development at both national and international level play a key role. We have learned many lessons that we'd like to share. The first is that a sound climate adaptation plan with medium and long-term goal aims is essential for an effective approach. That's why the panel, the IPDC, is explicitly committed to supporting the development of the national adaptation plans of the countries in the Champions Group. The Netherlands wants to use its expertise and experience to bring about closer international cooperation. And that's why we've launched this initiative. We're also responding to the UN's distress call, urging every country to commit to a sound climate adaptation strategy. And we are responding to UN Secretary General Guterres' call to turbocharge work on the Sustainable Development Goals. We're setting to work. Today, we're launching the first stage. The Netherlands has invested 2.5 million euros and taken responsibility for running the Secretariat. Our aim is for more countries to join us. We plan to flesh out this partnership initiative along the following 3 lines. First is more knowledge. That's why we're explicitly engaging with the scientific leads from all the countries involved. Second, a customized structural approach. This is why we're also engaging with each country's national adaptation plan coordinators. And third, we need feasible plans. That's why we're engaging with powerful financial institutions like the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and the Green Climate Fund. And we want to connect with finance coalitions like the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. Our joint commitment is to officially launch the IPDC with a work program at the UN Water Conference in New York in March next year. What we want is decisiveness and fresh action. I look forward to working with you, to hearing your ideas and learning from all our insights, from your insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. This is an inspiring moment, a soft launch, a prelude to a real launch, but we will get insight on what this IPDC can actually achieve. To that, I invite Harm Duell, who will be the program lead for the IPDC, who is project manager in Deltares, the Subsoil and Water Research Institute based in Delft in the Netherlands. Harm, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Your Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a pleasure to present to you the IPDC initiative, although it will be very brief. So the International Panel on Deltas and Coastal Areas, including small islands. So Mr. Habers was already very clear about why we have this initiative, because it is a very crucial and essential step in turbocharged climate adaptation action. And collaboration at all levels is needed to undertake action now to be ready for the future. And collaboration is exactly what the IPDC will do, through partnerships and coalitions working together to accelerate climate action and delivering tangible results, addressing the needs and requirements of the countries in order to have integrated cross-sectoral adaptation plans and portfolio of projects to be implemented and financed. The IPDC has 3 levels to bridge the implementation gap and make acceleration real. First, the champions group. So that are the high-level leaders at policy level and financial institutions. We also have the top-level experts on climate adaptation science, and they will form the science panel. And the action holders, consisting of networks and agencies for implementing actions on the ground. And the IPDC will focus on 6 themes. The 5 themes of the Global Acceleration Framework, and we added the small islands as a special issue here because of the specific adaptation challenges. The IPDC will build coalitions networks to work together on the selected teams. And recently we have started discussions with networks listed on the slide here. And if you want to contribute, please let me know after the session. So we are currently in the process of setting up the IPDC. And this is the official launch. Will be then on the UN Water Conference in March 23. Meanwhile, the Champions Group and the IPDC Secretariat will work together in this journey to the EM water. For example, in defining the IPDC agenda for the first phase that will end with the first Delta Conference in March 24. And the agenda will list the needs and requirements for knowledge, tools, governance, innovations to support the national adaptation plans and the implementation of actions. And today we make the big step in setting up the IPDC by launching the Champions Group. The IPDC is also a long-term commitment to contribute to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030. And we will have important milestones to present the progress at the COP meetings, but also at the Delta conferences that will be organized every 2 years. To conclude, the IPDC will bring water to the head, to the heart of the climate action, and brings shared knowledge to local action. And I think I already mentioned those activities there as well. So thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Harm. Thanks for showcasing that it's a layered approach of political leadership, the science world that is helping to inform better decisions, and the practitioners on the ground. Locally led adaptation from the ground up, backed up by science and political leadership of critical importance. And now it's the pleasure to go around the panel to ask for your first reflections on this international panel on deltas and coast and small island and development states, but also to consider what you can bring and what you want out of this panel. And I'd like to start with you, Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation from Egypt, Dr. Hani Svelam, host of the COP, host of this water pavilion, and the driver and leader behind putting water at the heart of climate action. Dr. Svelam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I think the soft launch of the International Panel on Deltas and Coastal Zones is one new important initiative that's adding value to the same topic that you just mentioning, positioning water at the heart of climate action. This is a very important step because we in Egypt, we have also been challenging with our Nile Delta, and we have a lot of climate changes that impacting the farmers and the local communities here. And I think this is very helpful. And I think this also matches very well with the AWARE initiative and actions on water adaptation and resilience. And I think here in Egypt, what we can bring is our experience with the local community and our adaptation to climate change over the previous years, and also share together the different challenges and solutions. I just had a meeting with one of the colleagues from the Netherlands, and we were discussing the saltwater intrusion issue and the impact on the groundwater. And if I take just this example to show how we are in different regions, but we have similar challenges, and that's why coming together in such a panel and bringing our knowledge together is very important. In Egypt, since 97% of our water resources are coming from the Nile, the hydrological changes in the upstream are impacting our water in the delta at the end of the river before going to the Mediterranean. And that's, of course, has impact when the water is becoming scarce. Then we have to use different irrigation systems, move from the surface irrigation to the modern or the drip irrigation. This means less recharge for the groundwater aquifer and less recharging of the groundwater aquifer, and over pumping from the groundwater deplete the groundwater level. On the other hand, from the Mediterranean, you have sea level rise, which means more saltwater intrusion that's happening in the delta of the Nile, which means deteriorating the quality of our water resources. We do have fight this, and this is affect the communities because most of our local communities and the poor people are farmers who have to feed their families. So that's really affecting their life. This causes also migration and displacement of people looking for another source of income for their families. So this is also a problem that I think that we share in the Mediterranean and some of the European countries, that we can collaborate. How we are going to cope with the climate change, how we can enhance our agriculture, use less water for producing more crops, but at the same time protecting our groundwater from this saltwater intrusion. And also other challenges happening here, how we are going to deal with the erosion of the coastal areas. All of these can bring us together in such a panel and in such initiatives so that we can really develop common solutions. Today, we were very happy to launch the AWARE initiative, as I mentioned before, Action for Water Adaptation and Resilience, which is a global initiative that also trying to bring different countries together to adapt to climate change in the area of water and develop common solutions that really impact countries, especially countries in Africa, but even beyond Africa. So I thank you again for this initiative, and I thank you for launching this initiative today, and we will be very happy to continue our collaboration. Wish you all the best and successful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thanks so much. It's important to have political leadership that is willing and able to share experiences, but then it's about implementation. So I go from this ambition and the experiences on the ground to finance, because if we want to implement, we need to fund. So Nita Pogrel, Chief of the Water Sector Group at the Asian Development Bank, you're here on stage too. What do you think of such an initiative, and what can the ADB, the Asian Development Bank, add to this initiative?
No, you can say.
Okay. Thank you, Hank, Your Excellencies, colleagues. And I really liked what both of you said. It is about decisiveness, actions, and if I may add also partnerships, because partnering is hard. Taking actions alone is extremely easy. You can make your commitment, you can run with it and meet it. But when you have to bring everybody together to take coherent actions, it becomes really a lot bigger commitment. So we are here, we commit ourselves to join this core group. And why we commit? In Asia and the Pacific, of the estimated 1.5 billion, 1.8 billion people, or 23% of world population directly exposed to 1 in 100-year floods, 1.24 billion are located in South and East Asia alone. We are the most disaster impacted region in the world. We also have the least water availability per capita in the world. So we have no choice but to join forces with all of you, with decisiveness, with actions. Actually, Henk had said, just bring commitments, don't talk blah. So I'm going to go straight to commitments. What commitments? Yeah, that was precisely my my question, when he wrote. So what commitments are we bringing? We elevated our ambition to delivering 100 billion financing, climate financing of our own resources until 2030. That was at last COP. 34 billion of that is for adaptation financing, which is extremely difficult. And also last Monday at this very pavilion, we launched the Asia Pacific Water Resilience Initiative, which is our initiative to mobilize $200 million grant financing of our own resources and external resources. And we really have to thank government of the Netherlands, because they have joined forces with $20 million to establish a new water resilience trust fund. So thank you very much. And there are other partners and ourselves who will all bring together this. Also, last week, we launched the Blue Pacific Finance Hub, which aims to restore ocean health, build coastal resilience, and develop sustainable blue economies. It aims to raise 50 million in grant finance to leverage 500 million in ocean investment in the Pacific. Now, coming back to the Asia Pacific Water Resilience Initiative, Hank said, let's hear from the financiers. I always say finance is not what it takes. You need the government to set the enabling policies and environment for finance to flow, for finance to unlock, to maximize public financing and leverage private financing. We can't bring all the financing, and we shouldn't bring the financing. If we do, it will not work. So to be resilient, to make our coast and our communities resilient, we really need those enabling environment to come with the financing. So I really am glad to see government's commitment here from 3 important countries. Bangladesh, a very important client. In fact, we just our board approved $250 million loan 10 days ago for Bangladesh that supports 22 coastal towns to make them resilient. 90% of this loan was adaptation financing. We want to quadruple this sort of action, but we need you to set the policies, to invite us so we can bring our small amount of funding and leverage that much more from partners and take concerted, cohesive actions with all of you. We remain committed. I'm happy to answer further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nita. Yes. Thanks so much for that commitment. I hear you also say a couple of things. That political commitment is of critical importance, because otherwise, how are we ever going to unlock this? Second, the billions are there. We, the ADB and others, public and private, are willing and able to commit to pipelines that show there's a revenue stream. But third, the enabling environment. And the enabling environment is institutional, has to be politically backed, but it's also informal, it's from the ground up. Locally led adaptation starts in and with the community. And with that, I'd like to go to Cynthia. Cynthia Honyu, you're the president of the Pacific Island Students Fighting Climate Change Group, and you're here on the panel. Tell us, from your perspective, hearing about the coalition being soft launched here in Sharm el-Sheikh, being launched at the UN 2023 Water Conference, commitments from political leaders, finance sector, focusing also on locally led adaptation. What can you expect, or what do you expect, and what can you bring?
Excuse me. All right. Thank you, moderator, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to and space to share a perspective that oftentimes is not given a chance at the table. So thank you for that. As not only a youth, but someone who comes from a small island developing states, or SIDS, as you all like to refer to, and those in the Pacific would like to refer to as large ocean states. I'd like to answer this by giving you all a context as to help you understand better where I'm coming from and our perspective. I come from Solomon Islands, one of the large ocean states in the Pacific. And most Pacific countries are similar in terms of the struggles and the challenges that they face. So giving examples from where I come from could give you an insight as to what water security means to us and what this initiative means to us as well. So if you are aware, in most UN reports that published for Solomon Islands and most Pacific countries, you will find that they've turned that there is a water crisis in the Pacific region. And with the adverse effects of climate change, it has exacerbated that particular challenge for us. We do have a lot of intense rainfalls and frequent rainfalls and storms that have caused floods that have contaminated our water. We derive our livelihood from our natural resources. So that is that could give you as an idea as to what water really means to us. Not only that, but I come from a very patriarchal society where women often tasked with providing for the household. So for in terms of example, fetching water and cooking water and drinking water, women have to travel a certain distance to access water. But with the adverse effects of climate change, women on the coastal region have had to travel further distance from what they usually travel to get on water. And already, even though it's close to them before the adverse effects of climate change that's occurring at a fast rate, women, their safety have already been an issue. So with the adverse effect of climate change in terms of the water supply, they have had to travel, and that increases the risk for their safety. Women like myself and my mothers, my sisters, my cousins, people from where I come from. So it is understood that when one right is affected, all the other rights are affected as well. They are interconnected. So something that has not been done in the Pacific yet is linking the nexus between the climate adverse effects in terms of water and food security with climate change. These women that I've mentioned have already their rights are being undermined. And we understand and we acknowledge that the smoke that started the fire did not come from our islands. Yet, we are carrying the burden of the inaction and the adverse effects of climate change. That is why I am here today also to mention about our campaign. So one of the campaigns that I would like to mention now is we are seeking an advisory opinion from the highest court in the world on the issue of climate change and human rights. It has the power to create the nexus that I mentioned between human rights and climate change, and also to strengthen the existing frameworks already envisioned by our leaders before us. And that is why, even though I had to travel 48 hours, and even though when I saw the list, the panel list, and I saw all the high-level delegates, and I felt overwhelmed, I know that this is where I was meant to be, and this is where I have had to share the campaign. So we look to your climate leadership. The initiative with the IPDC is a step in the right direction. Here I am offering another opportunity to take a further step with us as we journey to the highest court in the world, which rightly sits at Netherlands, The Hague. It would be amazing to have an initiative that was started in a classroom by myself and 26 other law students, to have that support from the host country when we hopefully arrive in your beautiful country one day. It is not about litigation for us. It is about an opportunity where we want our leaders to see that climate change is a human rights issue for us. So here we are. We've traveled all the way from the Pacific. Our team is in the audience. We have 11-member team there supporting us because we know this is an important cause for us, and it is a life and death issue for us. So we really look to your leadership. Already I read the IPDC and I saw all the amazing things that are planned, especially the freshwater aspect of it, because water in terms of Solomon Islands and the Pacific, clean water has always been an issue. We look to follow up on that leadership. We understand as well that in the kingdom, there are also SIDS, so small island developing states, and we hope that they can resonate with us in terms of our stories. And that is what I bring to this stage, our stories, because that is what we have, and that is what we are bringing today. As Vanessa Nakati once said previously in one of her panels, leaders say we inspire them, but it is time that our leaders inspire us. And I agree with that. You are inspiring us with this initiative, and we look forward to you, for your continuous support. So thank you very much from all of us here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. And thanks for bringing the perspective of the big ocean states, as well as the perspective of youth, and bringing in the context of the human rights to in the context of climate impacts, as well as the human rights to water sanitation and hygiene. The panel is in the soft launch, building up a coalition. So we definitely would welcome your voice in that coalition, as well that of the Solomon Islands. Not only islands are vulnerable to climate, Bangladesh, the most amazing, inspiring delta you can find anywhere in the world, where rivers are like oceans. Please, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Abdul Momen, share with us the opportunity that you have in joining the IPDC.
Do you hear? Oh, yeah. You do. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. Let me share good news. The first good news today, this morning, we launched a climate shield between G7, Germany as the leader of the G7, and Climate Vulnerable Forum, B20. They launched this program. And many other countries joined, including USA, UK, France. So looking forward to some cash, hopefully soon. Second good news is, you see this, Nita has said the AfDB is allocating $100 billion for the water for climate. Thank you, Nita. Hopefully it will come soon, because we have been hearing so many talks, but unfortunately, you see, delivery is very little. And I also like to share another good news and let you know that we have the political commitment. Bangladesh is ready, to utilize the resources whenever that would be available. You have our political commitment. And the third good news, and I would like to thank the government of Netherlands for inviting Bangladesh to be a member of the Champions Group for deltas and coastal zones. Thank you. Thank you for that. The government of Bangladesh is pleased to accept the invitation to join this champion groups. Bangladesh is the largest delta in the world. The lives and livelihoods in Bangladesh significantly revolved around water. We are rich in waters. We have over 800 plus rivers all crisscross the country. Many of them are mighty rivers. And basically we are floating. The Bangladesh is floating on waters. Delta rivers and coastal zones of Bangladesh are homes for agricultural production, transportation of goods, industrial development, as well as for historical and cultural heritage. These areas are diverse and dynamic and possess rich biodiversity and ecosystems. However, we have been facing serious risks and threats in these areas due to sea level rise, salinity intrusion, cyclones, storm surge, all attributable to climate change. To work towards building a prosperous and resilient delta, we have formulated a long-term cross-sectoral plan titled Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100. We deeply appreciate the Dutch technical assistance we have received for that purpose. We believe implementation of this plan will ensure long-term water and food security, economic growth, and environmental sustainability, while effectively reducing natural disaster risks and building resilience to climate change. We do need international finance from both public and private sectors to implement the ambitious projects under this particular plan. Last month, we have adopted our National Adaptation Plan, which will significantly enhance our adaptation ambition. This strategic document encompasses 8 distinct sectors where goals have been set for protecting ecosystems, biodiversity, deltas, and coastal zones. To implement this comprehensive adaptation plan, we also look forward to meaningful and predictable international financial support. In terms of disaster management, we have increased our resilience to flood embankments, cyclone shelters, coastal polders, green belts, floating agriculture, engaging thousands of volunteers to protect people and animals from climatic disasters. By developing early warning systems and community-based interventions, we have been able to drastically reduce casualties from cyclones, floods, and other disasters, including in our coastal areas. Just recently, we were hit by cyclone Sitrang, which caused havoc with housing and crops, but thankfully had the minimum toll on human lives. In fact, our homegrown programs and adaptation mechanism is so good that in the early 70s, we had a very ferocious cyclone in which around 538,000 people perished, died. We had similar cyclone and storm and tidal waves. Fortunately, because of adaptive mechanism, only few people died. This is a miracle. We have done this. So with the others' efforts, I think we can do much better. However, we do need to keep investing in our disaster risk reduction capabilities, including for strengthening our early warning systems. I reiterate that we need adequate finance, know-how, and efficient technologies to address the remaining gaps. We would like to see that next year's water conference makes a compelling case to this effect. We are confident that the International Panel on Deltas and Coastal Areas, I mean the IPDC, would prove to be yet another resource for building resilience and protecting our deltas and coastal areas. We must work on fostering multi-stakeholder partnerships with open, transparent, and collaborative approaches to tackle complex climate challenges affecting our deltas and coastal areas. As the current chair of the Indian Ocean Dream Association, Bangladesh will continue to give enhanced focus on this issue because our objective is to save this planet Earth, the only home we have for us and for our future generations. I congratulate the Netherlands for successful launching of IPDC and the Champions Group and wish these initiatives all success. Bangladesh works together with the Netherlands within the framework of the International Delta Coalition, and we reaffirm our standing offer to host the coalition secretariat in our capital Dhaka with the support of fellow deltaic countries. I thank you all. Joy
Thank you.
Bangla, Joy Bangla.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you also for sharing the good news. It's always good to have good news in the Water Pavilion at the heart. I also noticed that the three ministers are sitting backed up by the financial sector. So you have good support for all your ideas and questions. Perhaps we did not do this for nothing. And then next to the finance, of course, youth. So this is a representation of a good coalition. And to talk finance again, especially green finance, I go to Selina Ryder. It's not Lilian Machera, but she stepped up, head of policy and strategy at the Green Climate Fund. Selina, please share with us, what can the Green Climate Fund bring? And what do you want to get out of this new coalition that's being soft launched here today?
So thank you so much, Henk, Excellencies. As it's shown on the screen, I'm not Lillian. My name's Selina. I stepped in this morning, but I am super excited to be here for the Green Climate Fund and congratulate the government of the Netherlands on the launch of this Champions Group. My role at the Green Climate Fund is actually developing our strategic plan, and we're actually about to go into a new programming period. For those who don't know us very well, we are a climate fund, so we're 100% committed to climate investments. Our funding is actually balanced 50% on adaptation, 50% mitigation, and within that, we fund at least 50% to the most vulnerable countries, SIDS, LDCs, and Africa. But that's just numbers. So I think what's critical for us being here today, being part of this coalition of voices, is actually hearing from our developing country partners what you need and what we can do with our future programming. So ministers, we're here for your vulnerable communities going forward. Cynthia, we're here for your communities and your people on the ground. Now, let me get past the blah blah, as my colleague said.
Very good.
And answer your question, Henk, on what can the Green Climate Fund do? And I think a lot of people have their eye on this question of bridging the implementation gap. How do we get from, we've spent a lot of time, we've spent a lot of investment on planning, but how do we actually get to implementation? How do we get to investment? And I'll take up for Green Climate Fund, it's just a few ideas. We know it's a soft launch. We've got some more thinking to do. but the areas, Minister, you mentioned earlier. So first in the question, in the area of knowledge and information, what can GCF bring? Well, one of the things that we see in our investments is, of course, a lot of work has been done by the IPCC, a lot of investment made into climate observations on the ground, but they're not always able to be translated into investments. So one of the things that we're looking at doing over this programming period, working with the Secretary General and the launch of the Early Warnings for All initiative, is to see how our funding proposals, particularly our simplified approval process, can actually really work to scale up climate observations, early warning systems, which give countries the data, communities the data they need to actually develop those interventions. The second area, adaptation planning. I think it's been mentioned by everyone on the panel. Now, the GCF supports adaptation planning processes in almost 100 countries. We've had about a dozen of those actually delivered, but we know there are gaps, or maybe not gaps, because we know that adaptation planning is a process. It's not meant to be a one-off. It's not meant to be a document. So how do we get to that next stage of adaptation planning where we're actually moving to investment planning? That's something that the GCF wants to focus on in this forthcoming period. How do we work to use those a systemic level of assessment to actually turn that into an investment plan, identifying options, finding, as my colleague from ADB said, finding the different financial sources that can be matched, working out the enabling environments that will actually unlock that investment, both from concessional funds like us, but also from the private sector in adaptation action. And we'll be working with both the UNFCCC and NDC partnership on elaborating out that investment planning guidance that can help countries access resources from us. And that's the note I wanted to end on, because in the end, that's what we're trying to get to. We've put out sectoral guidance, particularly for investments in the water sector, for areas like deltas, coastal protection. But the example I wanted to end on is actually a project that we're delivering right here in Egypt, in the very vulnerable Nile Delta region. It is a community-based adaptation project. Actually, my colleague who's in the audience, our executive director, had the chance to actually visit the project site in the Nile Delta earlier this year, where what's happening is the project team is actually using local climate solutions, so nature-based solutions rather than hard solutions, to actually scale that up. It's a $100 million project, currently enhancing the resilience of those communities, protecting the Nile Delta region from intrusion, and also securing the livelihoods of those people on the ground. So congratulations, Minister, to have this project underway, and we really hope to see more and more of those types of projects happen going forward. Thanks, Henk.
Let's steal a microphone or share. Thank you so much. Thanks, Selina. Thanks for the Green Climate Fund support. We can talk about this for a long time, but we don't have a long time. We need action now, as said. We need partnerships now. It better be science-based, data-informed, but locally led. It has to be backed up by political leadership, and we have political leadership, not only buy-in, but collaboratively, making sure that that leadership hits the ground in these programs that lead to pipelines and projects that are there for the most vulnerable first. We have finance and funding capacity, so we don't need to wait. Next year is the UN 2023 Water Conference. We want to show at that conference how this works. So while this is a soft launch, we're going to work very hard to make sure that the first examples of those coalitions, of those partnerships, locally led, with youth, women, projects and programs, finance and government, are on the table to show that we put our money where our mouth is, you could say. With that, it means we're going to soft launch this IPDC. And for that, I give the floor to Minister Harbers. And Harm will tell me what the logistic and the choreography of this will be, right? I think, can everybody stand, I guess? Oh, Minister Harbers first. Yeah.
First of all, I will have a few conclusive remarks. I think this panel discussion, although short, was marked by a broad sense of urgency. There is a need for a sound integrated strategy for deltas and coastal zones. And I feel the support of my fellow ministers. And we need to search for a lot more champions in the world. But we can make a difference in translating the challenges that local communities face into challenging questions for the scientists and all the experts in our countries, and share that knowledge to come up with the proper solutions and the proper investment plans, and give a boost to the challenge that Cynthia raised. If we can do good for your situation, for the Solomon Islands, I think we can do good for all our citizens in our Delta coast. And I'm very glad with the support of the financial sector, the way you represent the whole financial sector in the world. We aim for the best. It's also clear that IPDC can be instrumental in moving this strategy forward, because it's been said before this afternoon, what we need is action. Today rather than tomorrow, based on facts and figures. And that's why we want today's soft launch to amount to more than just words. We want to make this initiative both tangible and transparent. So to conclude this meeting, I'm happy to present you with two aids. The first, in a minute, I will hand over a short publication on strategies for deltas and coastal areas with recommendations. It's a co-production of the Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency and our Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. And it also sets out IPDC's tasks. You will all be given a copy. Second, today we will be launching the IPDC website as a part of the soft launch. This will be the platform for connecting communities and publishing reports and the agendas of forthcoming meetings online. It will be a source of new knowledge. So in a minute, all take your telephone and go to www.deltasandcoasts.net, because it's live now that we sit here. Many thanks to everyone who has contributed, and I'm looking forward to developing the IPDC and to welcoming many more champions. We'll see each other again at the formal launch during the UN Water Conference in New York next year in March. Thank you very much, and I will hand over the copies.
Thank you, Minister. Okay. Yeah, we do a picture too, of course. Yes. Thank you very much. Big hand of applause. Join the coalition for concerted action for climate and water in the most vulnerable in the world. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this event that we have the pleasure to welcome you to. The Nexus on Water, Food, Energy, and Ecosystems. We will start in just a minute. And right now, I'm going to give the floor to Madame Noor Yafei from TNC to launch the introduction of this event. You have the floor.
Thank you, Edward. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Salam alaikum from here at COP27 in Egypt. My name is Noor Yafai from the Nature Conservancy, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all here to this event about the crucial importance of the water, energy, food, ecosystems nexus. Today's event is brought to you by the Nature Conservancy, the International Network of Basin Organizations, the International Water Management Institute, and in so doing, in partnership with the African Development Bank Group, Les Agences de l'Eau de France, and the Government of Nepal. Thank you to all the partners for organizing this important event today. It's now my pleasure, without any further ado, to introduce onto the stage here Minister Nizar Baraka, Minister of Equipment and Water of the Kingdom of Morocco. Minister, the floor is yours.
Distinguished Minister, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me as President of the International Network of Basin Organization to introduce our session of the official event United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change on important topic, what is the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus regional approach. I would like to thank all of you for your presence, whether it be on site or online, to participate as usual in the COPs and in the events of the International Network of Basin Organization. Thank you for attending this panel discussion, a topic of extreme importance, which is the nexus between water, food, energy, and ecosystems, which aims to reach sustainable development and financial resources on our planet. The theme of our event, as you know, is of global importance. It challenges us all the same level. Each of us has a role to play. Each of us is working on it now and has worked on it for several years already. I just discussed this issue in other session this morning with EBRD. We consider this issue at the launch of the Action for Water Adaptations and Resilience Initiative this morning with the host country. Many of our basins are increasingly moving toward managing water scarcity, with quick developing demographics and socioeconomic development for sure, but climate change is not the least of them. First of all, allow me to congratulate UNFCCC and the host country for the excellent organization of the 27th edition of the Conference of Parties. Before going on my remarks, I would like to acknowledge the excellent work of the partners who ensured its preparation. INBO, the International Water Management Institute, the Nature Conservancy, the French water agencies, the government of Nepal, and the African Development Bank. Concerning the water sector, I would like to point out that a number of initiatives have emerged since the Paris Agreement in 2015. It's time to ask, what happened to them? That's a big question, and it's very important to do a real evaluation of all these initiatives. And this initiative constitutes a stock of relevant initiatives for water. I believe that it's time to provide an overview and to activate their implementation at INBO level, but also to find a way of monitoring them. Of course, the UNFCCC is doing what is necessary, but we probably lack communication and awareness about it, a component that probably needs to be strengthened. Dear members, ladies and gentlemen, coming back to our Nexus theme, it will be difficult for me to talk to you about what is happening, that's being done on the global level. Certainly, many experiments and works are done by international institutions, United Nations bodies, donors, international banks, NGOs, governments of all countries, including our basin organizations. We are here to learn about them. However, as a water manager in the Kingdom of Morocco, at the head of the Ministry of Equipment and Water, allow me, dear members and colleagues, to share with you the Moroccan experience in a few words. Morocco, under the pressure of growing demand and to accompany the development of the country, has long been engaged in a policy based on the mobilization of water resources through the construction of dams. This policy, with aims at irrigating 1 million hectares, was launched in 1977 by His Majesty King Hassan II. This launch occurred well before the impact of climate change was really felt in Morocco, and which was only noted from the 80s of the last century. I cannot hide from you that Morocco is facing multiple challenges. Thus, under the impact of climate change, we note a scarcity of water resources increasingly important with the increase of extreme climate events, drought and floods. The overexploitation of water tables and the efficiency of water resources in relation to growing demand of users are real observations that must necessarily be translated into an adaptation to water scarcity. The policy of implementing important hydraulic infrastructure in the country continues with the implementation of demand management program and raising awareness on the change in the citizens' behavior towards water. And thanks to what His Majesty the King Mohammed VI give us as a very important roadmap, we had a very important phases. The first important thing we would like to do is, of course, to reinforce our dams, and the goal is to go until the opportunity to have 24 billion cubic meters storage in our dams. The second important thing is really to develop desalination of water thanks to renewable energy. And on this topic, I would like to say that one of our key goal is to have by 2030 1 billion cubic meters product thanks to desalination. We have now only 174 million cubic meters. The third important thing is also to develop the reuse of wastewater, and the goal is to have 350 million cubic meters by 2040. And at the same time, it's very important also to continue to develop hydroelectricity. And on this step, we have now 2,100 megawatt thanks to hydroelectricity. Dear members, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to add that our Nexus actions are not limited to physical achievements. Indeed, over the years, with regard to the three sectoral policies in Morocco, we have released strong and complex interrelation between water, energy, and food. And on this step, I would like to say that we are now for desalination, we will use it also for agriculture sector and for irrigation, and also for the reuse, we will use it on agriculture sector. But at the same time, we developed a new governance system. That's the key point. It's very important to develop on the future. And we have now also 10 organizations of Basin, and we have a strong partnership with the regions, and we have the president of the region here present with us of Casablanca and Stad. And it's very important to say that this territorial approach, it's one of the best approach to have a real good management and participative management of the water. And of course, we develop also the public-private partnership as a really opportunity to do these kinds of projects. Dear members, ladies and gentlemen, Based on our experience in Morocco and on the needs of the water community, I believe that basin organizations have an increasing role to play, and this is the meaning of the Dakar Action Plan for river, lake, and aquifer basins. I remind you that this plan was launched in March this year in Dakar during the World Water Forum, during the higher level political segment dedicated to basins. This was the first, and we collectively owe it to the collaboration of INBO, OMVG, OMVS, UNECE, and Switzerland. This constitutes today the core of our action in order to feed the new United Nations Conference on Water in New York in March 2023. The commitments of the Dakar Action Plan, already signed by 77 partners from 46 countries, are to confirm the role of basin organization and their effectiveness for water security, peace, and sustainable development, to enhance the positive impacts and concrete results produced by basin organization, especially in terms of economic and social development, shared facilities, and ecological approach, and of course, economy of demand, and to strengthen the visibility and institutional frameworks, especially for transboundary basins, to promote innovative and automotive financing mechanism at the level of basins, especially transboundary ones, and to strengthen planning and management between users at basin level. This is to say that we are now counting on your mobilization and your support. To conclude these introductory remarks, I would like to give the session that brings us together today a broader perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. And I noted with great interest you mentioned renewable energies. And I have a personal appreciation for the fact that Morocco has one of the world's largest solar installations, and not least because it is called Noor, which is my namesake. So it's my pleasure to now introduce 4 expert panelists. We're in for a treat today. And to invite, first of all, Mrs. Anne Pressureau to go first. Anne is the quantitative management and adaptation to climate change expert from the Rhone Mediterranean Corsica Water Agency. So Anne, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a PowerPoint. You can put it, please. Thank you for your invitation. I hope that this presentation can give you ideas and that we can share our knowledge. And sorry for my English because I'm French and it's not easy for us to speak English. Oh, wonderful, I do it. So, it's not in English. It's not.
I know, keep going. They say they don't have the right slide. Keep going.
And after I speak English or French? All right. Wonderful. To adapt to climate change, we have a plan for water and ecosystem. I will give you a case study from the rivers of Rhone, Mediterranean, and also the Corsica Island. Next. It's me. Oh, sorry. It's very hard. I prepare it in English and it's in French. Wonderful. So, water agency and offices of water in the sea are public structure to preserve water, biodiversity, and coastal. We see Europe and 12 basin, French basin. 6 are in the metropole. I work on the Rhone Mediterranean and Corsica basin. And all the 6 water agencies have realized, have written an adaptation plan for climatic change. And we also, because we are a water agency, we take tax and we give money to preserve water in quality and quantity. It's the rule that everybody that polluted water pay for it, and everybody who is taking water in quantity pay for it. And with this money, we have financial, and we give 40% financial of our program to the adaptation plan for climatic change. Next. Oh, shit. Sorry. The effect of the climatic change are known and confirmed. We have done a lot of study. You can see above. Scientific study of the Rhone and the river Rhone, and we have also doing synthesis, and we have shown that our basin is affected by dryness, eutrophication, less biodiversity, scarcity of water, and risk from the elevation of the sea and for flood rivers. With these 5 vulnerability impacts, we have construct vulnerabilities map in the territories. We know where to act, and the territories are more or less vulnerable from the effect of climatic change. We need that for decision making on scientific basis and to prioritize actions. We have done it. We have crossed 2 facts: an exposure of the variation of future climate with models of temperature, flood, and precipitation. And we cross that with an identification of the sensibility of the territories of the effect of climatic change. Is there one or more resource? Is the ecosystem resilient? Is there some part of the territories that had been protected for drinking water, and so on? And when we cross the 2 facts, we have map, and you can see a map of Rhone Mediterranean, which talks about biodiversity. In the red one, it's act that we had to do for these tools, and also a map of the scarcity of water. Water World have a strategy and tools to against climatic effects. We also have a master plan for good status of water, but we now have an adaptation plan for territories who are more vulnerable. And we have, with this vulnerability map, measures that we have insert in the plan. And to realize this measure, we have €1 billion for the 6 water agencies that have been reserved to act. So to be adapted for climate change, we had to make an effort, and we had to act more faster and stronger. It's me. We have also solution now that existing solution against waste, share water, solution to be less sensitive, have resource of water that can be diversified, solution to limit dryness of soils. We can change our farmer practices, and we had to be also more resilient for ecosystem, like we had to protect wetlands, or to put out the pressure on the river. You know that you can see that all the stakeholders are involved. So, what can we do to success? We need a common volunteer, political will. Wait, sorry. And we have it because we have committees of all the stakeholders. We have 165 members for the Rhone-Mediterranean basin, and 50 members for the Corsica Islands. And all these members are choosing what is the best for the territories. We need collective decision because in the territories, all the users are implied. And we push also economic analysis for the big project like yes, dams, and we need to know who pay for what, and who pay for who. And if it's a goal, it's a tools that concern a lot of members and users, it can give more subvention, public subvention. We need financial aids, engineering, and we want to have in first solution without regrets. I know, see, I'm sorry, because solution without regrets can be done whatever the projection of the GAs can be. And also we promote local perspective way to help all the stakeholders to see a pathway for the future in 13 or in 13 years ago, and to know now what they can expect together, and where they can, what they can pay for it for the future. So now we are revisiting our adaptation plan, because there is another tools that coming, and with the knowledge of scientists, we have also adaptation measure that evaluate, because some are integrated in regulation. Some other are new, like agroecologic transition. For us, it's new. And also we need to more structurate and political support the plan, and be more connected with our plan and programs. And also we have, with a new plan that we are constructing, more local diagnostics that we want to give to everybody. It's the new plan of a 1 kilometer to 1 kilometer of 8 kilometer to 8 kilometer scale. So to adapt effect of climate change, it will be possible if everybody is together to invent it, to develop and create a new solution, because we have to act now stronger and faster.
Thank you very much, Anne. Can I just say your English is far, far better than my French. And also, having been to Corsica this summer, I can personally vouch for the beauty of the rivers and the water there. So I'm particularly grateful to you and your team for all the excellent work you're doing to preserve them. So thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce to you all Dr. Pem Narayan Kandel from the Ministry of Forests and Environment for Nepal. Thank you very much, Dr. Kandel.
I have to talk from here. So thank you and good afternoon to everybody. So I'm from Nepal. Maybe how many of you know Nepal? Yeah, all of Nepalese delegation are here. Maybe, Okay, then. Thank you. Okay, Honorable Minister, Excellency, and distinguished delegates. I would like to thanks to the organizer that I have been given this important opportunity to talk about the Nexus. You have mentioned water, energy, food, and ecosystem Nexus. So this is great topics. Little bit complicated, but it is a big topics. We have to understand. So first and foremost, Nepal is known as roof of the world. Definitely then it has a lot of Himalayas, including the Mount Everest, the highest summit of the earth. That means Nepal must have the potentiality of water resources. Am I right? Yes, it is. So Nepal is very, very potential to water resources. Lot of water resources is there. So this is important message that I would like to communicate you. Number one. And number two, yes, Nepal is a mountainous country and very much vulnerable to climate change. Very much vulnerable because this is the mountainous and water is coming from north to south and there are a lot of disaster, lot of landslide. It is very difficult to us to conserve land and water, because of the mountainous country, because of the vulnerabilities, because the land use system in the mountain is not that much scientific. So we are very difficult to conserve fundamental natural resources, which are water, land and water. So land and water ecosystem are the fundamental natural resources for the livelihood. Am I right? I'm not that much scientist in this area. Maybe this is true, that those are the fundamental natural resources. Therefore, Nepal is mountainous country and vulnerable to climate change. And fourth most vulnerable country, Nepal is the fourth most vulnerable country to climate change. So see the issue. See the interconnection between the water, energy, food, and ecosystem. So this is the fact that. And another important issue, the water, energy, food, and ecosystem are very interconnected. I don't like to explain many things about this because without water, you cannot produce the energy. The energy is the source of development. And food security is much related with land and water. So Nexus is obviously there. There is no any doubt. So issue is how to manage this Nexus. That is important. So ecosystem, that may help to provide the many environmental services, environmental goods and services, including the conserving land and water. So ecosystem are very much important. So very much interconnected, very vital role for the water supply, food security, climate change adaptation, and everything. There are a lot of interconnection and relations between water, energy, food and ecosystem. So I think this is very important. And climate change and impact, I already mentioned that Nepal is very vulnerable to climate change. So I mentioned this morning in the ministerial meeting that 1.2 degrees Celsius, the climate, the global warming rise to date is said that it is 1.2 degrees Celsius. So it is the red zone for the Nepal, because Nepal is different. So it is the red zone. Maybe 1.5 degree is even higher to Nepal. So I mentioned that. So Nepal is vulnerable. Therefore, impact of climate change in Nepal is huge. For example, Nepal lost 25% of its glacier area from 1980 to 2010. Himalayan region will lose one-third of the glacier ice by 21,000, I mean, upcoming century. Even in the very optimistic scenario, if we can limit the 1.5 degree, our glacier melting will be more accelerated. So this is the issue. So then that impact to the water resources, to the ecosystem, to the land, for the energy, of course. So this is big issue that Nepal is, melting glacier and snow. So major impact other water dependent sectors such as agriculture, hydropower, and most importantly, domestic water use in the Middle Hills. Because in the Middle Hill, there are a number of springs. The big rivers come from the north, from the Himalaya. In the middle mountain, there are also a number of spring and rivers. They are originated from there, and people are using that water resources for drinking water and also irrigation and also small hydro energy. So that is the issue, that those kind of springs are, gradually becoming drought, or there is no water in the river. So that is the issue. So impact of climate change in Nepal is very big. So there are a number of climate-induced disaster we have realized last year, this year also. So number of infrastructure have been devastated, and many economic and non-economic loss have been revealed. So impact of climate change, therefore, in Nepal is very huge. So then what would be the Nexus solution? So how Nepal is moving forward? So we are very much collaborating with IMI. IMI is our collaborating partner in this area. We are doing very good job. We are doing a lot in research area and other areas. So we are really collaborating in the country. So integrated watershed management is the key to conserve land, water, ecosystem, livelihood, and all, because that means the very holistic plan, very holistic policy is required. So it means we have to go from isolation to integrated approach, single approach to multi-dimensional, or very integrated approach. We have to integrate all the component of the nexus in national policies, strategy, and also institution. So we are doing in such a way that we have very good practice about the integrated watershed management. So that is really working to restore the ecosystem, to conserve the land and water. So that is one of the solution we have to think. I think maybe you can learn from Nepal. So as a policy maker, I am from the Ministry of Forest and Environment. So first and foremost, we have to identify the policy to address the nexus, to manage the nexus. Whether existing policies, those are enough to address the nexus or not. That is the first, I think, entry point. I'm asking EB people that let us review the policy, whether your work, your scientific work does work in this country or not. So policy issues is very important issue that we have to review at the national level. Maybe that works for other country as well. Number one. Number two, if we are talking about the integrated approach, interconnected approach, holistic approach, then we have to think about the institutional pattern, because institutions, they are also very fragmented. You know, the energy sector is different. They have different policy. Food system and agriculture system is different. Of course, forestry and environment sector is different. And then we have to think how we can converge all those issues into single institution. So that is another agenda I would like to suggest. So we have to think in whole governance, in totality, to address or to manage water, energy, food, and ecosystem nexus. I think that is what I would like to tell you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that very sobering reflection. What will stay with me the most is I wasn't aware that Nepal is the fourth most vulnerable country, and that's a sobering thought for us all. So thank you for sharing those perspectives with us. With no further hesitation, it's my delight and pleasure to welcome my colleague, Marie-Claire Pais, the country director for Gabon from the Nature Conservancy. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Noor. And thank you, everybody. Really nice to share a panel with you. I'm going to actually carry on the same topic on the water, energy, and ecosystem nexus. And I'm going to speak from the perspective of the work that we've been leading in Gabon, which I have the pleasure to be leading with the Nature Conservancy, also some experience we have in Southeastern Europe, and the approach that we have been taking at TNC. So, as the world clearly knows, and we need to move to decarbonize our society overall, and definitely the energy sector, it is clearly a must that we're going to need to go for renewable energies. Hydropower is clearly right now one of the most ready to take renewable energy to be picked up around the world. The potential is still important in many of the parts in Asia, in Africa, equally. Solar and wind are picking up. Technologies, thankfully, are starting to become more and more affordable. And this is also another way to help increase the energy that we need for the world, power our economies while we are all decarbonizing. But while both the three, hydro, wind, and solar, are low carbon energy, they're not without impact. Clearly, as we all know, hydropower dams can be very impactful on rivers. They create fragmentation, they affect connectivity, they change the sedimentation regime and flow regime. So it is important to produce energy, but we also need to make sure that we do it in a way with reducing as much possible impact on rivers. Likewise, deploying solar and wind fields can also be significantly impactful when we look at the landscape, the footprint they take in the landscape. So what we believe at the Nature Conservancy is the importance of really thinking very, very, very thoughtfully upfront in the early planning stages of deciding what projects, where to locate those projects. We would like to, we claim and we believe that deciding on the location is one of the decisions that will have the most benefits in terms of providing an optimal set of projects that can deliver on the most energy at the low cost with the least impact on biodiversity and people as well. So we've been engaged in several projects, notably, for example, the Gabon, the one I can tell you, where we're looking at the whole national landscape and understanding what potential projects can be developed and understanding what are biodiversity, high biodiversity rivers that should be protected. In Southeast Europe, we've been looking at the landscape. We're also optimizing and looking at wind energy, which is a big uptake. There's some geographies where it's easier to find the trade-offs. We have degraded landscape, we have degraded rivers or degraded landscape, which are easier to locate some of those projects. It's much more difficult when you have high biodiversity, high integrity landscape like we have in Gabon. So doing an optimization, what we call multi-criteria planning, where you're looking at across a whole series of metrics, when you're looking at habitat health, socio-environmental impacts, and again, the way of picking up the most energy at the cheapest price can give us this. This is, I believe, the best way to help deliver on this critical nexus where we need to provide energy, we need to maintain water development, water resources, and we need to protect our ecosystem. I'll be happy to develop more on questions when we come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Claire. And if you'll allow me to go straight to our next speaker in the interest of time as well, Mr. Sardar Mahazim, Managing Director of National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority, the Ministry of Energy for Pakistan. Sadly, we're all too aware this year that Pakistan has been impacted by the tragedy of unprecedented flooding this year. My condolences to your fellow country people. You have our attention. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noor. I'll say, just for the simple analogy and kind of the expression, and thanks for condolences for our people in the flooding recently. So, His Excellency, and his colleagues, and the participants, I'll just say that this nexus of energy, water, and food in this ecosystems, I think no one can better understand this nexus than what we have recently seen with the flooding in Pakistan. With a total loss of 30 billion US dollars and 1,400 people died and more than 12,000 people injured since June this year. And I think I can tell you that how this impacted the whole infrastructure, how this flood has impacted the whole economy, and overall, our whole ecosystem has been disturbed with that. So I think if we look at the way that impacted the overall life of an ordinary human being and an ordinary Pakistani, the prices, the food inflation that it's taking up, the energy prices locally, and all with the ecosystem or the supply chain management system of energy, that's how it's impacted. So I think looking at from all these dimensions, this is the best case study to elaborate that what the impacts can be. And if that can happen with Pakistan, that can happen anywhere else in the world as well. So it's a very important time. And I think this is very important to emphasize that we have to think about our ecosystem and we have to think about how we should address this whole energy, water, and food ecosystem nexus. I think if we look at in the context of Pakistan, there is a very important aspect that we highlight that how the Punjab, that is the five rivers, are in one region, which is the province of Punjab, gives us the sense that it is the bread basket of the country. And a lot of our wheat and other food being produced comes from that region. And now with this flooding, how it has been impacted. I think overall, when we see the impact of climate change, there are different studies which shows how much countries are vulnerable. But I think at this stage, we can definitely claim Pakistan is the most vulnerable country in the world with this climate change impacts. I think the frequency and intensity of the rains, especially with the monster monsoon that we have experienced recently, that had impacted not just part of the country, but along with that, we have seen the glaciers outburst lakes in the northern part as well. That has damaged a part of country and part of infrastructure as well. So I think this gives us the sense that we have to think through it, that how we can develop our infrastructure which is resilient to the climate change. We have existing systems, we have some of the dams, but I think still there is a need to develop more integrated water management system, which should definitely support this resilience for the climate. And this should definitely look into different aspects of the climate change, which with regards to food, energy, and water resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you. So I'm afraid we don't have a huge amount of time for questions today. So what I am going to do before I welcome our final speaker is I'm going to invite you all to think about what you would summarize as the one most important thing you would need from either the international community or elsewhere in order to drive action across the water, food, energy nexus. And one thing I've been struck by listening to you all is we hear a lot about an integrated approach, a holistic approach. I think we're hearing the same message from all of you, and that's very encouraging to hear that consistency. So if I may, very, very briefly, just a minute or two each before we then turn to our final speaker. Could I start with you, Anne?
Thank you. I think three ideas. We have, we can, we have two laws for water in France in 1964 and 1982. It allows us. It says water is a common heritage of the nation. That means that it allows to nobody and everybody. So we had to always doing consultation with stakeholders, with local authorities, water users, representative of social professional and skilled people. I think that give at the large scale of the basin of the river Rhone, sorry, and the little rivers, tools and manners to think with everybody that gives no conflict, and everybody knows what the others have needs, and with regulation, financial and consultation, it's social things. We arrived to do a lot of things.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. So here we're talking about stakeholder consultation, engagement, active participation to know what everybody needs. Thank you. Marie-Claire.
Yeah, I think that's very important. I'd like to move kind of at the other end of the spectrum. I think it is getting finally dawned on all of us, as you said, that the importance of integration, we cannot be looking at those things in siloed. I think, unfortunately, our institutions are still very much siloed within countries. I think we have water sectors, things about water, environmental, things about environmental, and food, things about food. And even though we do have entities, water basin management authorities end up becoming really great platforms for doing that, and we need to see that more across. I think there's still a long ways to go for within countries to break those silos between institutions and sectors. But I would also say there's a need to have from the donor community, from the investors, particularly again thinking about energy projects which require large investments to get them established. A lot of our countries will depend on donor international finance organization investments. And if these communities are still going also thinking about funding projects on a sector by sector cases without looking at this integrated approach, governments are going to be continuing planning that way. So the message also needs to come from donor community for investors looking at more of that critical integration plan.
Thank you. Break those silos, bring that finance. So, Mr. Mahazem, please.
Thank you. I think I'll add 2 points to it. And I think given the nature of transboundary water resource availability and the flow of water means given Pakistan, and then looking at this, how from the glaciers to the seas, the water flows. And I think sometimes we have been seeing this, the challenge of having a shortage of water. In some time we see the floods and everything washes away with that. So I think this is a very important message that how we can consider this water management, because the future that we see is more of a conflicts. So it's important to understand like how the water management should be looking as a peace, a message of peace among the countries, that how they should develop, that the upstreams or downstreams or upper riparian or the lower riparian, how they should interact together. And I think a lot of with this integrated management, this governance questions comes into play as well, that how effectively this message of peace can be developed into the governance mechanisms in this integrated water management. Thank you.
Thank you. So that water expertise, really, at the end of the day. And Dr. Kandel.
Okay, thank you. As I know, IMI is conducting many research in this nexus over the world. So finding is clear that it has great interconnection, relation, and nexus as well. So if it is so, then we have to institutionalize the matter inside the government institution. So that is the first. It means it is holistic approach. Therefore, it is integrated approach, and it must be integrated. Implication. I recommended that earlier. We need very comprehensive policy, comprehensive integrated policy. Number one. Number two, coordinated and integrated institution to deal with this issue, because this is very multi-professional issues. You can see the issues are very multi-professional. No individual, no single institution can handle this issue. This is very big and very comprehensive issues. So then the integrated policy, institution, strategy, plan, program, and way of translating into ground. So government itself cannot handle all the issues, because if you look at the energy issue, that is also there is also role of private sector. How we can bring private sector on board. Those policy I mentioned that has to be enable so that private sector, civil society, community, and people can come together. So that kind of comprehensive institutional and policy mechanism can handle these big issues, so that we can conserve land. Water is the first. For me, water and ecosystem are the first, most important, fundamental. Then food is the outcome of the your work. I mean, so keeping water and landscape, land in the center, livelihood of the people in the center, then we have to think other areas and integrate the policy in a holistic way.
Thank
So
you.
that is only the way to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. A whole society approach, it sounds like to me. And Minister, please.
Thank you very much. I think I agree with all what my colleague says, but I would like first of all to say that one of the most important things is really to have an information system, a geographic information system, to know exactly what we have on the ground, what we have of capacity of mobilization, what we can do, because we are talking about nexus between energy and water. Then it's very important to know what we expect to do then to prepare the production we need of electricity on renewable energy to do desalination, to other things. Second important thing is planning and long-term planning. And I think that our basin agencies can help a lot to have this integrated management and to have also this planning to prepare the good policies and more integrated policies. At the end, I would like to talk about finance, because we cannot talk about adaptation if we don't talk about finance. And talking about finance, we all know that we need to do more, and we are all hoping that this COP27 will give more money for adaptation. But I think one of the key points we have to develop is metrics for adaptation, because it's very difficult to know, to measure what's the impact of adaptation. And I think if we don't have these measures, it will be difficult to mobilize enough money. Morocco is working on metrics on adaptation, and I think it can be helpful for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thanks to all of our panelists, our experts today. And it's finally my great pleasure to hand over to you for final remarks, Dr. Mohsin Hafiz. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Noor. This session was very, musical to my ear. Some of the key message, which is talking about the holistic system level management. As a water sources professional, that's very close, and that's what we are always looking. In this session, first I will start with the Honorable Minister Sahab. He emphasized on the water scarcity and also saying that the climate change impact is very important, and as a part of the Dakar Agreement, the basin will play important role. So when we are talking about the basin level water management, we really need to think about what are the water users, who are the actors there within the basin, the agriculture user, as well as the industry, as well as the environment and the domestic one. How to make sure that when we are making an intervention for one area, that is not impacting on the other area there, and that's where we need to think about the integrated approaches there, and integrated approaches will play important role, but based on the scientific, based on evidence-based information and everything there. And Honorable Minister emphasizes about the Moroccan government policy on the clean energy. That is really good that you're promoting that this the solar energy, renewable energy, and everything, and at the same time emphasizing on the water scarcity. So we need to think about judicious use of water. Then we heard from our colleague our colleague Anne about the case studies of the 12 river basin within part of the France, and within that one, again that the looking around that one, there is need of climate adaptation plan, and how that plan will be beneficial for various sectors. And the plan it will only happen when all the stakeholders within the river basin are agreeing. And thank you very much for showing an active participation of all the stakeholders, just to make sure that the stakeholder agrees on the use of water, to avoid any conflicts in future, and how we could have a better participation. A lot of learnings from there, and science again could play important role. You show the map where the people are looking around the complete picture and making a more informed decision there. Then we move on to Dr. Prem, who mentioned about that one, the importance of that one. Water is important, but how the water is playing in the landscape of mountain in the various one, and Nepal is one of the classical example, which is about the climate vulnerability. But also looking around that one, how the water, energy, and things could play important role. And the important thing is there institutional setup, the governance aspect, because in most of the developing countries, each of the ministries working in their own silos, and then there are no policies. But even the policies are there, there is hardly any implementation. And for implementation, again, that needs a coordinated approach, and how we could make sure that we are really getting the output what we needed for implementation and ground for the better benefit of everything. Then we meant to move on basically Mrs. Marie, about the Gabon. You mentioned about the renewable energy, but also talking when we are the hydropower plants, larger plants. We want to protect more energy generation, but at the cost of the ecosystem downstream. So we really the site is one of the critical important that one when we are thinking about which site, and having minimizing the impact and doing some of the adaptation measures to minimize and maximizing the benefit from that the energy generation and any of those initiatives there. And then we lastly about the Sadar Mausam. He mentioned about the Pakistan, the calamity. Pakistan is one of the glaring example. March to April, everyone was talking about that when the heat waves and the droughts and everyone. And then June to August onward, it's a flood. More than 33 million people have impacted. And if you say there is a one country which is a case study in the way that one, if you will not manage the system level approaches, if you will not do that one, that will really become the more complicated, and then the disaster will become many-fold on that one. That's where the one of thing that needs a better planning. When we are talking about the river system, we need to make sure that the embankment of the rivers are not basically the construction is not done, as well as thinking about the water, because water does not see the geographic boundaries. Water moves from one region top to the downstream, and that's where the important is again adoption of system level approach, so that we could make informed decisions and looking around that one, so that one and then the food water is important for the energy generation, for the food production, for even for that domestic use. And now in case of Pakistan, we are suffering a lot all that one, because I think large part of the area will not be able to irrigate and not able to produce the wheat, which is a staple crop, and all sort of the thing will be impacted there. Lastly, thank you everyone for sharing some of the, I mean, the key message. Again, the key message to me is the music to my ear is integrated system level approach is the must, and system level approach will only happen if we are making that one the active participation, taking all the stakeholders in confidence, but make sure that this is linking with the country level policy or the institutional setup. Because if there is no ownership or the governance is not there, whatever the best science you will do, that will not be practically applicable there. And we need to really look around the financial sources, and about how these things are playing a role, and not thinking about the water as a conflict, but water as a shared benefit among the different countries to maximize the benefit. And that's where the financial resources will be important. Think about system level approach for various countries. Thank you very much.
CARES is trying to offer solutions to the current and future problems in the region. And I always tell my students, you as people coming from the Middle East, you have to think to produce food out of what's available. And what's available in the region is sun, sand, and salty water. That's what we have. How can we produce food out of the sun, sand, and salty water? And that's exactly what we teach the students.
The Water Energy Food Technologies Diploma is an interdisciplinary diploma. The diploma is made up of 12 courses. All the courses are designed to have an engineer or to have a graduate that is able to navigate water, energy, and food areas, as well as system automation, agri-entrepreneurship, or entrepreneurship in agriculture, and sustainable development.
I've learned so much about modern agriculture systems, renewable energy, especially solar energy and wind energy, but also we've learned a lot about water quality, water treatment, water desalination. In fact, one of the great hands-on experience we've been to is the water desalination unit in Galala, in Ain Sokhna. Wonderful experience where we've got to see with our own eyes, what it looks like on the ground.
We are trying to find better ways, better, sustainable, efficient, and innovative ways of producing food with less inputs. So economically, people are producing food at a cheaper cost. Socially, people are getting employed, and environmentally, we are producing food in a sustainable manner.
It's a great opportunity to gain experience and to implement the infrastructure, the green infrastructure in Egypt, and especially the sustainable cities.
I'm planning to transfer this knowledge to my students and to help future architects and graduates to learn about how integration of water, energy, and food technologies in their architecture and urban design projects can be beneficial and can actually help the country achieve the sustainable development goals.
There is a new way to consume our energy, consume our water, consume even our food, how to understand how to recycle all of this, and to gain at the end a good quality life and green life without any wasting.
Hallo, meine Damen und Herren. Ich bin Ute Habel, Prorektorin für Internationales an der RWTH Aachen. Und ich heiße Sie herzlich willkommen und möchte Ihnen jetzt gerne die Repräsentanz der RWTH in der virtuellen Welt vorstellen. Und ich möchte Sie mitnehmen in diese virtuelle Welt und Ihnen zeigen, was man damit alles Tolles und Spannendes machen kann.
Virtual rather than physical mobility is an important building block to implement the sustainability mission statement of RWTH Aachen University. With this in mind, the university has created a VR representation in the metaverse to allow students and researchers from anywhere in the world to tour RWTH Aachen virtually. All you need to get started is access to a Wi-Fi network and any pair of VR glasses. Alternatively, you can download the freely available Windows version of the software onto your PC. The VR representation allows you to interact and navigate with the help of avatars that you can design yourself. With your VR identity, you will experience a 3D world that replicates the campus grounds around the main building. There are 10 information panels in this campus area, one for each of the 9 different faculties and a 10th one to showcase matters relevant for the entire university, such as the sustainability mission statement. At each of these panels, you will find important information in the form of videos, web pages, and specific material on 2 research and teaching topics. By entering your mail address, you can have this information sent from the metaverse directly to your PC. Within the VR representation, you are free to connect and communicate with other avatars present in the representation. In addition to the informational materials, 360-degree videos are available to give you a glimpse into university life in the lecture halls, libraries, and cafeterias. At special times, you even have the opportunity to hold a private conversation with the rector of RWTH Aachen University, the vice rector for internationalization, or the vice rector for teaching. These 3 members of the rectorate are then available via their individual avatars to answer your questions while sitting in their own offices.
I'm planning to take software engineering at RWTH Aachen University.
Oh, that is a great choice. I think we're very famous for studying engineering at RWTH Aachen. So I think you have chosen the best university
to get into this field of research and training.
Should I tell you more about RWTH Aachen and certainly also studying engineering here?
Of course, I would love to. Why not?
And we can use here the virtual world because we have a lot of information provided for you on our university.
And I can tell you more about the field that you're going to study, but also about life at the university and more about RWTH campus and the other faculties that are here.
The VR representation is based on the developments of the MyScore project, which was commissioned by the German Academic Exchange Service with funding from the Federal Ministry of Education and Research. The software developed for avatar-based teaching and learning is available as an open-source solution. RWTH Aachen University will increasingly use this VR tool to provide students and researchers around the world with low threshold and resource-efficient access to information on study programs and research opportunities at the university, while reducing the need for costly and CO2-intensive travel.
Siamo sul ponte La Verde. Guardate che spettacolo. Siamo sul Ponte La Verde. Guardate che spettacolo.
Hello, good afternoon, dear attendees of the Water Pavilion, dear friends and colleagues engaged in the Water for Climate, dear ladies and gentlemen. I want to use the opportunity to warmly welcome you on behalf of the German Ministry of Federal Cooperation and Development to this Water Pavilion, a joint effort of over 40 organizations, governments, companies, and civil society actors committed to raising awareness for the role of water for climate. Today is the official Water Day of the Egyptian COP presidency program, which highlights the fact the climate crisis is first and foremost also a water crisis. Water as a central element to advance climate change adaptation and mitigation is core topic for us here in BMZ. We promote sustainable, climate-compatible development together with our partners to especially protect the poorest and the most vulnerable people, who are hit the hardest, as we know, by the impact of climate change. Therefore, the water sector is one of the largest sectors in the BMZ portfolio, with 363 million of bilateral adaptation finance in the water sector. For this reason, we would also to show that we're very proud of having supported the Water Pavilion since its very beginning last year at the COP26 in Glasgow, and being a steering committee also this year. The Water Pavilion for us is a central meeting point for diverse actors to engage in cross-sectoral dialogues to promote a holistic understanding of water and climate issues. As the key role of water for sustainable climate action is often overlooked, we developed the following animated video to highlight why water is a central element in advancing both climate change adaptation and mitigation goals. The following video presents solution approaches, how Sustainable Development Goals SDG 6 and 13 can be implemented together by using case studies from Zambia, Bolivia, Jordan, and Indonesia. The video also focuses on the intersectoral cross-cutting dimensions of water security as a crucial factor in both achieving food and energy security, protecting biodiversity, increasing resilience in rural and urban areas, and ensuring health and well-being for all. I hope you enjoy the video, and we are very excited to work together with you in the future. Please have a look.
Did you know that 74% of natural disasters are water-related? If global warming continues to rise, flood risks will increase and droughts will become more extreme. The climate crisis is first and foremost a water crisis, influencing all aspects of life. Changes in the water cycle affect both water and food security. Rising water temperatures and altered river flows impact energy production and security. They disrupt freshwater ecosystems and threaten biodiversity. Climate change exacerbates water-related disasters for those living in urban areas. More frequent and severe floods and dry seasons threaten their water supply and sanitation systems. People's health is at risk when water and sanitation facilities become damaged and access to them becomes limited. Simultaneously, water is a source that offers solutions to adapt to the impacts of climate change and mitigate global warming by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. German Development Corporation works on these solutions together with its partners worldwide. Bolivia is one of the 10 countries most affected by climate change. Together, we promote integrated water resources management to reduce water-related risks and increase people's resilience to climate change. To protect water resources from pollution and overexploitation, we work with water users on joint regulations and awareness raising to improve climate adaptation. In Zambia, we promote catchment restoration, protection, and climate-smart water use in agriculture jointly with the EU. Together with our partners, the Zambian government, water user associations and communities, we improve water security and climate resilience in an area home to 4.5 million people. Our collaborative work predominantly enhances the livelihoods of smallholder farmers. Water is essential for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. In Indonesia, draining peatlands for agriculture negatively affected ecosystems. German Development Corporation supports local communities in managing and rehabilitating mangroves and peatland ecosystems to protect biodiversity and ensure carbon storage. While only covering 3% of the Earth's surface, peatlands store twice as much carbon as the world's forests. Improved wastewater management contributes to climate mitigation. In Jordan, we promote technology-based upcycling solutions and new sewage sludge products. Sustainable sludge management reduces high greenhouse gas emissions compared to conventional sewage sludge disposal. Water and climate action go hand in hand. Therefore, holistic solutions based on reliable data and information systems are needed. Establishing climate-resilient approaches for water activities and using water-wise solutions in all sectors are key drivers to tackle climate change. Together, we must seize this opportunity.
With new temperature records being set, climate change is at the forefront of African Development Bank strategies. Despite being forced to change funding priorities in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the bank has committed itself to mainstream climate change and green growth into operations and policy design by devoting 40% of project approvals to climate finance. In 2020, 88% of all projects were based on climate-informed design. Working hand-in-hand with the Global Center on Adaptation to launch the African Adaptation Acceleration Program in 2021, the African Development Bank has set a goal to double its climate financing to $25 billion for adaptation by 2025. But adaptation alone is not enough. Mitigation also matters. In the Sahel region, the African Development Bank launched a $20 billion project, the Desert to Power, a huge solar initiative that will make Africa a renewable energy powerhouse producing electricity to over 250 million people. In Senegal, a project financed by the African Development Fund, the concessional window of the African Development Bank Group, and the Global Environment Facility is not only restoring ecological balance to Lake Gayas, it is also improving access to abundant supplies of clean water.
mais ni mu setee ni actuellement dafa am njëriñ quoi ci kii bi ci gox bi parce que ne yaa ngi gis sa bopp quoi ci gox bi waaw ñu ngi gis seen bopp si affaire napp bi.
Through its transformational projects, the African Development Bank is helping countries reduce climate risk and build resilience, another way in which we are making a difference.
if you want, there's two options. So when you present, you're going to be here. And first, I'm going to be here. I'm going to present
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining our session titled The Road to Sustainable Resource Management and Future Prospects. I would like to start by introducing myself. My name is Natalie Temer. I am the Assistant to Director for the Center of Applied Research on the Environment and Sustainability in the American University in Cairo. So we're very delighted to be here today, and we're going to have two parts to the session. We're going to have two presentations to start the day that are going to tackle youth initiatives and VR technology. And then we're going to move on to a panel discussion discussing water in the heart of climate change. Let me start by introducing our guests for the day, or the speakers for today. Starting with Professor Herbert Naken, head of the UNESCO Chair of Hydrological Change and Water Resource Management, followed by Emmanuel Ritchie, who is working at Liel, and they're also going to present Mr. Stefano Bonfa online. Then we're going to move to the panel discussion, which is going to be led by Kathy from USAID. So let's start by Professor Naken, who's going to talk to us about the SURMA project, which is a youth initiative and is a EU-Egyptian partnership. And then he's going to follow with the VR session. And the exciting part is that you get to go home with some giveaways from the project as well. So Professor Naken, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being invited. But first of all, I think there's something which is going to be done necessarily. I would like to give some applause for Ms. Tamer. Why? Because without ladies and gentlemen like them, you wouldn't be here there, and you wouldn't see anything, and you wouldn't hear anything. So thank you very much for doing so. So it's about a project called Sustainable Resource Management. And before I go on with the slides, I do have like 7.5 minutes to do so. Then I'm going to get a red light from Ms. Tamer. I would like to quote your new minister. And he said, Egypt has nothing besides the sun, the sand, and soil water. And like 60 years ago, we had 25 million inhabitants in Egypt. Nowadays, we have 104. In these days, we are passing 8 billion people living on this earth, and there's still more to come. And the interesting thing about that is half of the upcoming population is going to be linked to only 8 countries. And Egypt is one out of these 8 countries. So there's going to be a huge need to feed all these people in the future. And that's where we took over with this project SureMap. And SureMap is EU financed. And whenever it comes to EU finances, it's about joining forces. And what we did is we joined forces to have these objectives done. To speed it up, we had 4 of them. First of all, it was about having to know the needs of the local market. I'm from a university. We're doing brilliant stuff, but often we don't tackle the issues like they are. What they did over here in the first process, they said, okay, let's talk to the local farmers. Let's talk about their needs, what they are, what kind of issues they're facing, and how to help them. And then the second thing is, we started to establish new additional master courses of science. You may ask, okay, there are so many, why do you add on that? The reason for that is we are teaching engineers, and engineers like me, they think they know everything. But sorry to say, we're in the water, energy, food nexus. And that means that we as engineers, we have to know about farming stuff. We have to know about sociology. We have to know how to communicate with John Q. Public. And at least when it comes to the last thing, there's still a lot of things to level up when we as engineers start talking to society. And as for that, we said, okay, let's do it together. Let's team up engineers, people from biology, physics, sustainability, energy, and agriculture systems. And with that, we said, okay, if things are going to change in the future, old guys like me have to know how to train people in the future by using techniques that we're offered right now. Good education is that I'm standing in front of you. I can't exchange knowledge. The only thing I can do is I can change information. And on your side, information has been passed through to grow as knowledge. And there are so many brilliant things that you can do, but you can also mess it up. And as for that, we said, let's focus on the newly lecturers and give them an opportunity. So we had a training the trainer approach to teach new lecturers. And last but not least, I do have a UNESCO chair, and I guess you are aware UNESCO is father or mother, or wherever you would like to see that, of the idea of open educational resources. And as for that, we said, whatever we're going to do is going to be offered for all of you. So each and everyone sitting in here from now on can use these massive open online courses that we've done. You see all the partners. We had 4 in Europe. We had the chance to be the, let's say, the coordinator of that. And we covered Egypt from the north to the south. You see, we have the AUC, we have Aswan, we have Alexandria, and we also have Heliopolis in there. And you can have a look at that, and you see that there are going to be courses, master courses delivered. In between, we have the American University of Cairo, and they're offering a diploma. You might ask, why are they offering a diploma? The issue for that is master courses at AUC are quite expensive to enroll. So we said, rather offer the diploma. There are subsidies for that, and for that, we made it way cheaper. Due to the Corona situation, we didn't manage to deliver all our courses twice already. We just managed to do it once, and that, as for that, we asked the Emission Commission to prolong our project for another 6 months, so we have the opportunity to redo that again. There are a couple of webinars that we did to use these kinds of techniques. I'm not going to go into that. We had 8 different topics that came out of the needs analysis. And what we did is, like said, we're tackling the upcoming lecturers of the next generation. And we gave them a chance in a PhD school, which has been done at the Sechem farm here over in Egypt. And the next thing is going to come up, I guess, on the 19th of November. We're going to have another training of trainer approach to deliver new materials. Capacity building is, as far as I see, a real big thing to do in the future. Like said, we have to join forces. We have, at least if we would like to solve the water and energy and food issue in the near future, no way to handle that just by one single discipline. We as hydrologists in this past, we thought, okay, let's have integrated water resource management and that's going to solve the issue. No, we don't manage it. So what we have to do is universities have to change, the style of teaching has to change, And that is what we tried, at least we tried. The highlights of our program from my side were that from the beginning, we were really tackling the market. We were really tackling the issues, because as long as we talk about water resources management in Germany, that's totally differently done than here in Egypt. So if I come over and tell people how they should do it, they're telling me, oh, go backwards. That's not the case that we're finding over here. So we had to rather focus on how to experiment with new techniques. We have these, as a success, we have all these master courses up and running. And again, all the material in there is not only offered for the students that are enrolled at their universities, but like said, we are offering that open educational resources. So each and anyone who would like to do so, Ms. Tama is the one to contact, and she's going to give you access for that. And last but not least, I think it was a great success, at least for us, that we were allowed to offer this at this Precious conference. So with that, I think I have not overtopped this 5.5 minutes. Thank you very much for attending, and have a nice time by delivering your SDG part. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear fellow academics, thank you for the great privilege that you giving me in providing a summary of the plan that my startup project, Lileal, promoted by Mediterranean University of Reggio Calabria, South Italy, in partnering with Oxford Sustainable Development Enterprise UK, has been elaborating during the past couple of years. A plan for a metaverse WPfD community platform addressing climate adaptation based on data for water, energy, food, ecosystem, economics, and social applications. My name is Emanuele Ricci. I am La Lileal startup project founder, representing our network of partners, OSD, Economic Interest Group for Sustainable Development, looking at climate change. Lileal is a climate WPfD startup, science to business oriented. So aiming mainly building a new social entrepreneurial fabrics. And last but not least, the University of Reggio Calabria with the Geomatic Lab, contributing with its high-level technology skills from environmental engineering field. Today, we would like to stress the relevance that data has for humanity to face our climate crisis. Data is key to bridge the gap between what is needed and what is possible for climate adaptation. An innovation engine based on advanced technology platform and community skills, which we call a metaverse in this sense, is planned to be built in the south of Italy, in a Mediterranean area, which is seashore to mountain in the south of Italy. This will make possible to accelerate sustainable and economic development and inclusiveness by providing communities with climate adaptation services on water, on land, and other sectors services. This is aiming to assist policymakers to make best choices, to raise networking opportunity, to enhance collaborative decision-making within the community, to mitigate risk using data in a cross-correlation way, so to find new insights. These platforms will allow to ingest satellite data, statistical data, and other data sources treated by artificial intelligence based on natural behavioral models, so to be accessible via web browser to the community players, so through a community data dashboard on water, energy, forestry, and so on data. We want to highlight how climate WPfD management based on data and artificial intelligence is needed to achieve net zero through resilience built on human-centric artificial intelligence. We are all connected, as we know, as biological existence, as social world, as economy. They tell us a story of interrelatedness. The reductionism theory has taught us that to comprehend nature, we must first decipher its components. That once we understand the parts, it will be easy to grasp the whole. Nature, as we know, is but a well-designed puzzle with only one way to put back together the pieces. They can fit in so many different ways. So events and phenomena are connected, caused by, and interacting with a huge number of other puzzle pieces. To grasp complexity, we need to exploit the importance of network and their actors and natural agents. A web and data-based view of nature, society, and business is our funding framework, in which, as you can see, we can provide building blocks to address climate adaptation, source data and artificial intelligence with behavioral model on the left. Then data are made available to different players in different sectors to design and implement water, energy, and other sector solutions and policies, for which we inject also support to governance and creation of economic model plus business incubator. Mr. Stefano Bonfa, Prof. Remote, I assume he will draw conclusions from this project ongoing. Thank you.
You hear? Hello?
We can hear you, Stefano. Please.
You can hear?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's say my name is Stefano Bonfo. I am from Oxford Sustainable Development Enterprise that I founded at least 15 years ago from Oxford University on the environmental, environmental institute. Now we're moving, we are building in here some kind of alliance between climate and data. And that's where we are coming from on presenting this new concept. So the concept is we should, let's say, exploit the facilities of the new technology, like big data, artificial intelligence, et cetera, for the climate, for the benefit of, let's say, of humanity. Now, this type of concept that Emmanuel has just introduced a framework, has been already implemented here in UK under the program called Credo, and has been presented last year, 2000, let's say, in Glasgow. Now this project has finished, and it was a success. I understand that now we are going to exploit the idea of digitalization, especially how to link, say, climate, water, energy, and infrastructure at the national level. So the idea is, let's say, let's experiment also in the Mediterranean countries. And as we did have the funds for this opportunity, we select a prototype in the, let's say, in the area very similar to Mediterranean, the same problem characteristic and, let's say, the approach that we want to implement. We are at the beginning. All the idea is, can we build, let's say, some kind of, say, digitalization in the metaverse and implement the concept of welfare, say, water, energy, food, and ecosystem. That's where we stand. Of course, this is a new approach that is very well fitted with concept of, say, try to interlink the idea of climate with water, with energy, and ecosystem using data and using the platform we have been put in places. All these concepts here require especially three elements. That is means connectivities. We need to have cooperation. We need to have a coordination of data. This means the data has to talk to each other. And then the data, they have to support on developing the approach or the strategy for, let's say, for identifying opportunities as well as constraints. Because we are talking about real-time data, this is a very huge, important issue, because if you can predict and let's say and monitoring floods in a real time, you save life. You save practically, you can plan even in advance. You know where to set up the infrastructure. And that's why all is building in this platform that we are at beginning. One, let's say, element that is a constraint is people. Let's say it's government. Government is still not prepared to accept this concept of digitalization. That's why we have a lot of work. So what we did, we tried to develop what is called community digital citizen. So if the people are interested, then they can come on board and let them instead convince the authorities to go towards this direction. Anyway, this is also the policy of the European Union, of building this community in order that they can work together and solve the local problem. And that is what is our approach. We have the platform, we have the tools, digitalize it, we have the data. Now, question of data, this is a question that I hear this morning. I don't think this is you cannot justify there is no data. And we show to you, we have a lot of data from Earth observation, satellite. There are so many data that the problem is which data you have to select it. And then once you use the 30 years, for example, Earth observation as a satellite, you can start initiate some kind of planning. And then you have a real, let's say, data that you can exploit it, add it with other sorts of data, locally data, observatory data, and then start to building a holistic. In our cases, in Italy, we are studying a basin, and I don't know if there is the video. We try to show the video. What is the problem there? What's happening? What are the damage? Can we today, with the new technology, solve the problem of damage of a river? Yes, I'm strongly supporting this idea. And before you build any infrastructure, let's say, you need some kind of data information that is able to know where you build the infrastructure, the impact of the infrastructure, as well as, let's say, planning in the future. And that is the problem we are facing, for example, in our experimentation in south of Italy, because we have already floods. We see the signal there. We have, for example, I'm coming from Samo, a small community, not far from the flooding. That is about 100, let's say 200 meters from the flooding. This is called a river flooding. That's what I want to show you. You need to use this technology in order to save the infrastructure. In such case, is the community, the building community. And this you can do just with the data platform, and that's what we want to demonstrate in the future and exploit it. I hope the next COP27 with a practical, real case study here in Mediterranean area. We have in England already succeed. Here they have more data. They can predict the flooding, and they can save a life.
Stefano, I think we can skip to the next speaker, to the panel.
Okay,
and,
thanks.
Thank you for the intervention.
For the message, yes.
Thank you so much, Stefano. We showed them the video that you shared previously before your talk about the flooding. Thank you so much for joining our session. I would like to move on to the panel discussion, and thank you, of course, to Professor Nakin and Emmanuel for the great presentations. If anybody has any questions that they would like to ask the speakers, please hold on to them until the end of the session. We will hold on a Q&A at the end. I would like to reintroduce Kathy Kirsch. She's the water engineer and climate lead at USAID, and she's going to present our panel for the day. And I would also like to invite her and Claudia to the stage. Round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for those thoughtful presentations, Dr. Nacken, Mr. Ricci, and Mr. Bonfa. Everyone here, I think, knows that the water, food, and energy nexus is essential for sustainable development, and that our efforts at this intersection are critically impacted by the climate crisis. With the focus on this COP on implementation, I'd like to turn now to our panelists to engage in a discussion on how we can manage effective and impactful programs given the pending climate crisis. So please allow me to introduce our fantastic panel. Dr. Assam, Chief of Party for the Center of Excellence for Water at the American University in Cairo. Dr. Claudia Ringler, the Deputy Division Director for the Environment and Sustainability, the Environment and Production Technology Division at the International Food Policy Research Institute, or IFPRI. And Fahed Kamira, the Senior Agriculture Manager at the Center for Applied Research on the Environment and Sustainability at the American University in Cairo. So thank you all for being here today and for sharing your expertise. Let's get started. First, I'd love to ask all of you to share how climate change is impacting your work at the center of the water, food, and energy nexus here in Egypt. Mr. Fahed, would you like to begin?
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so the question is, how does climate change impact the water, energy, and food nexus program in my area of work? I'm an agronomist by background, crop production expert. So from that perspective, I would give my opinions that we all know how climate change is very, very much complex with, of course, cross-cutting challenges and impacts. How does it affect my work? For example, from the water energy perspective, the work I do, looking at the energy in that perspective, we try to use renewable energies in the energy part of the nexus, but how does climate change actually affect this energy? It would affect it in different ways. For example, the hydropower that actually we are producing, so as climate change happens, this of course leads into minimal and reduced amount of fresh water that we do have, amount of rainfall that we get that recharges the rivers, the waterfalls, and so on, where actually we do happen to install these hydropower stations. Okay, from the food perspective, basically my own expertise, of course, climate change leading to an increased levels of temperatures. This means that a lot of things have to change in the agriculture sector, looking into how much water you need to give to the crops. The heat actually happens to come up with infestations to the crops, So with all what's happening with the floods and the heat and all of this, the increase in the greenhouse gas emissions, this all has a very huge impact in the agriculture sector. And it's multidimensional. What happens with water is at the same time is going to affect the food, because we use water for food, and at the same time we use food for water. So it's a very, very cross-cutting that even within the water industry alone, climate change, for example, if I take an example in the Southern African region, by 2080, it's estimated that rainfall is going to decrease by 20%. Southern Africa depends totally on rain-fed agriculture. So if rainfall is going to decrease, considering the current climate change impacts, the current effects that are happening with food insecurity, this is going to be something that is very much alarming. I will stop here for now. Maybe we'll continue later. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that says it all. Dr. Ringler, same question.
as my neighbor introduced himself as an agronomist, I'll introduce myself as an economist, agriculture economist. So the International Food Policy Research Institute, with support from USAID and partners, directly works with the government of Egypt to improve food security strategies. So in 2021, we did a climate change impact assessment for the agriculture sector in Egypt. And when I started working with colleagues on that, I thought Egypt is already extremely hot. There's practically no rain. It's all, Nile River or some groundwater fed agriculture. And a lot of climate change scenarios actually show, additional water resources in Eastern Africa. So I thought we shouldn't be really seeing a lot of negative impacts here. People are very used to growing crops in extremely hot conditions. And so, yeah, we were very surprised to find that the impacts of climate change on Egypt are actually quite severe in the agriculture sector. We calculated annual economic losses of 1.84 billion from long-term changes in temperature and precipitation alone. So that does not even include the impacts of climate extreme events, some of the pests and diseases that come with climate extreme events and so forth. So that's really just long-term gradual change in temperature and precipitation. 1.84 billion a year. I heard someone earlier say, it costs too much to mitigate, we don't have enough money, but if you face a $1.84 billion bill every year from climate change, it maybe might pay to work both on mitigation and adaptation. And then we looked at a series of adaptation strategies that are linked then to energy and water, including improving irrigation management, seed technology, soil fertility management, and crop protection. So crop protection is energy, irrigation management is water. And what we found is that for most crops that were most adversely affected by climate change, which are maize, oil crops, fruits and vegetable crops, and sugar. We don't necessarily want more sugar, but countries love to grow sugar. But what we found is that you actually need to stack those technologies. You need to stack those approaches. Seed technologies alone are not able to get us back to pre-climate change yields. So we need to integrate improved crop protection with improved irrigation management, with better seed technologies and soil fertility management. That's the only way for the country to adapt to climate change. But Egypt is a very unique country. It's the largest net importer of wheat in the world. And as you all know, huge challenges because of the Ukraine crisis, the war in Ukraine had caused great turmoil in the country. So in addition to the climate change impact analysis, we have also assessed the impact of the war in Ukraine on poverty in the country, looking at three different factors: the fuel price crisis, the fertilizer price crisis, and the food price crisis. And unsurprisingly, in Egypt, the biggest adverse impact or the biggest factor driving increased poverty in the country was the food price crisis. In some of the other countries, fuels or transportation fuel, etc., or fertilizer was a bigger challenge. So that's another study. So now we have a combined COVID-19 pandemic, where we also analyzed the impacts on tourism and the Suez Canal. And then we have the climate crisis, and then we have the war in Ukraine. And Egypt actually has to deal with all of these three crises together. And I very strongly believe that Egypt can only deal with these crises by linking solutions across water, energy, food, and ecosystem health. We also need ecosystem health. There's the very important delta area with growing salinity stress and salinization and sea level rise. So I think the one message before maybe to another sector, the one message I would like to leave everyone here is really look at interconnected and interlinked solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Essam, I know that this research is at the center of what you're working on at the Center of Excellence for Water. Can you speak to some of your findings and how climate change is impacting your research and the work that you do?
Okay, so we have actually at the Center of Excellence for Water several activities, not only research. And WEF Nexus is affecting nearly all of them. We are working in the exchange and training. We are working in research, applied research specifically, and we are working in higher education reform. So what happened is that when we started the courses development, around 30 courses, undergraduate and postgraduate, we had some courses called social and environmental, let's say, impact for water, or climate change and water, something like that. So in the middle of the course development that we were taking on, we thought that climate change is, as Fahd said, is a cross-cutting issue, and we should have it all over our work. So while we are working on renewable energy and water, where is the climate change there? When we are working on water quality or underground water quality, where is the climate change on that? So we are thinking of that everything is related to climate change, and that changed a little bit our strategy in the course development process. Secondly, when we were working on the research, the applied research projects, we are funding 42 applied research projects. We didn't specify that a quota for of the projects will be directed to climate change. We said that all projects should be having some relation to the climate change. The applicant has to decide and has to explain how his project is related to climate change. In the structure of the project, the Center of Excellence for Water, we have a workshop, annual workshop of 2 weeks, which the title is Water, Energy, Food Nexus. I believe that the next one, we already conducted 2 with about more than 50 trainees already trained. I think the next one will be water, energy, food, and ecosystem one. So this is always, as you see, it's changing our mind a little bit on whatever we are doing in the project. So we are continuing. You see the climate change is all over our work. We have retrofitted our thinking in curriculum development, in research, and in exchange. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So one broader question, just to open it up to everyone. I think with the focus on implementation at this COP, I'd like to turn towards impacts and solutions more specifically on how we're all contributing at this water, food, and energy intersection to build climate resilience. USAID Egypt has invested over $300 million to protect Egypt's natural resources and build resilience to climate change. And I think we very much seek to incorporate this nexus into our programming more intentionally. In our technical assistance program with water and wastewater companies, for example, we look at institutional resilience, such as financial capacity, changing asset management landscapes and needs, while boosting energy efficiency and reducing water losses. In our agriculture program, we support smallholder farmers on climate smart practices, such as soil health, crop diversification, and implementing water conserving modern irrigation methods. So to open it up to the group, can you speak to any innovative solutions or impacts at this intersection?
All right. From the agricultural perspective, using the WEF or the Water, Energy, Food Nexus model as a potential solution to climate change, I think it's very paramount to mention how holistic this model actually encompasses all the synergies, the interlinkages, and the benefits within the energy, food, and water. So how can this be a solution? It's predicted that by 2050, the world is gonna need at least 50% more food than what we are having right now. Cereals in particular which is mostly consumed, it's gonna need it up to 60%. So what would be the solution here from the agricultural perspective? I think it all starts from the beginning, from renewable energies, for sure, which I'm not going to mention that much, but at least farmers should be able at least to switch, to shift it to renewable energies, even though, yes, there is some sort of cost that is related to renewable energies like solar panels or wind turbines, but at least to consider and guarantee some sort of insurance in the future, we need to switch to the renewable energies. After getting the renewable energies, what do? I'll take an example of Egypt or the Arab region. If you look at the region, it's surrounded by saline water. Egypt in the top is the Mediterranean, it's saline. In the east, it's the Red Sea, it's saline. In the west, it's the desert that has underground water that is also saline. So what is the solution here? The solution that we actually recommend is the desalination. Desalination is quite expensive. It's energy intensive. But at the Center for Applied Research and Sustainability at the American University in Cairo, where I work, we are trying to work on increasing the efficiency and the productivity of the system. Yes, it's highly costly, but then if you go into different desalination technologies, the most common one, which is reverse osmosis, we have gone forward, we have gone into forward osmosis and of course other desalination patterns. After desalinating the water, what are you using the water for? In this case, I'll also take an example that Egypt is the #1 producer of fish, tilapia, in Africa. But where is the water that is produced from this fish? You know, so Egypt as a country had a law, I don't know whether it's yet modified, but had a law that you can't use fresh water for fish farming. So this is another type of water that they are using for fish farming, you know. But with the model that we are proposing in our kind of work, we are like, after desalinating the water, you take it to the fish farming section. After fish farming, you get the water, which would be the waste. For us, this is a capital asset. It has wastes of the fish, which are nutrients for the crops. So you take this water, instead you irrigate it with the crops. Crops can be able to get the nutrients from the waste. By so doing, you're increasing efficiency, you're producing organic food, which is very much important because we are not applying any chemicals in the system. Okay, and in some cases, you can have it as a closed loop. So you end up using the water more efficiently from that perspective. Also, I would like to end with this, that within our scope of work in the desalination facilities that we have, of course, desalination has two products, which is the fresh water and also the salt concentrate that you have removed from the saline water. How is this saline water, how is it deposited? Because it's a pollutant. So conventionally, this water is actually taken back to the sea where they got the saline water. And this is a very unsustainable practice because in the long run, it's gonna affect the ecosystem of the marine life, you know? So what we do at the AUC is that we have this brine or the salt concentrate, then we try to utilize it to produce other products. Something it's called Artemia. Artemia, these are very small living organisms, up to like 5 to 10 centimeters. This can be food actually for shrimps and young food. They can grow in this very, very, very highly saline water. Okay, you can be able to grow algae, which algae can be used in different purposes, including the pharmaceutical industries too. So I think when I'm concluding, the WEF model is a holistic approach. I think it's very, very important that we have these intersector kind of interactions. We use the synergies from here and here, because for sure, You can't deal, like how other colleagues have been mentioning, you can't deal with water and you don't deal with food. If you don't have water, you don't have food. And in some cases, if you don't have food, it's going to affect the water that you do have or the energy. So I think I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're a little bit tight on time, but Dr. Ringler, Dr. Essam, any other kind of thoughts that you wanted to jump in and share?
Just very quickly, 2 points. We need more capacity building, digital tools, soil health cards to reduce the over-application of nitrogenous fertilizer in Egypt. So we did a study that showed that there is over-application. I'm not sure if our agronomist colleague concurs. And so that is a waste of energy right there. It's additional emissions, unnecessary. So that's one intervention I would propose. And then given that there is a growing number of climate extreme events, we need to do better on social protection programs. And so IFPRI has worked with the Ministry of Social Solidarity and improving the targeting of social protection. We know that the poorest households, when they suffer from one of those climate extreme events, they can go into this downward spiral and not necessarily recover. And then the next extreme event comes. I mean, right now, COVID-19, war in Ukraine, climate extreme events, all of these events, we expect that they'll continue, another one will come. So we need extremely well-targeted, well-supported social protection programs in Egypt. And I think that the country is committed to that. And yeah, we're happy to continue to help on that also with support from USAID. Thank you.
Thank you. And then quickly, Dr. Essam, any other innovations or solutions?
Actually, 1 hour before this session, I was in the business pavilion where we were announcing collaboration between the Center of Excellence for Water and one of our private sector partners, where what Fahd is talking about, 70% of what he's talking about will be applied in El Moghra area at south of Alamein, where there is a brackish water, saline water, where there is no source of electricity. Then there is the so-called the water energy with renewable, of course, mix of innovations in the energy system and mix of innovations in the desalination system, along with all the necessary required agriculture management systems in order to have, at the end, quality of products. At the same panel, there was the finance, there was the technology provider, and there was the uptaker of the crops. And this project is, let's say, have succeeded to gather all the elements of a successful project, and it is starting this winter in El Moghra area.
Wow, well, that's timely and incredible.
Thank you.
Before we close the panel, please allow me a few minutes to launch a new video. This video is going to celebrate the ingenuity of a number of climate champions from across Egypt who are committed to our green transformation.
بيوجد عدد كبير من التحديات اللي بتواجه مصر حاليا بسبب التغيرات المناخية. الزيادة السكانية بمعدلات كبيرة وده بيزود الضغط على مصادر الطاقة التقليدية.
طبعا التغيرات المناخية أثرت على مواصفات مية النيل نفسها، بتزيد العقارة، بتزيد نوعية الملوثات اللي بتظهر في النيل.
وده بيؤدي لندرة المياه العذبة واللي بيحصل فيه جفاف في التربة، فبالتالي بيحصل مشاكل كتيرة جدا في القطاع الزراعي.
بتأثر على نمو النباتات، حتى لو نمت النباتات برضك المحصول ما بيسلمش من آثار الضارة بتاعت ارتفاع درجة الحرارة.
بيتم إهدار حوالي 45% من المحاصيل الزراعية في مصر، فده بيسبب ارتفاع الأسعار للمستهلك.
الفكرة بتاعت المشروع اللي أنشأته أو اللي صممته إن هو تم إنشاء نظام ضخ مياه بيعمل باستخدام ألواح الطاقة الشمسية، والعملية دي بتكون أكثر اقتصاداً بسبب قلة تكاليف التشغيل والصيانة، وكمان بتحافظ لي على الجانب البيئي.
احنا عندنا بنعمل كابستون بروجكت كل سمستر جوه ستم، يعني بيحل من مشاكل مصر العظمى.
مشروعنا باختصار هو Climate Smart Agriculture System.
بنستخدم سنسورز، السنسورز دي بنحطها في التربة زراعية. المفروض ان احنا بناخد من السنسورز دي بيانات،
بعد كده بتدخل على برنامج الذكاء الاصطناعي، واللي بدوره بيبدأ ان هو بيحلل البيانات دي وبيقدر ان هو يقول امتى السيستمز بتاعتي تقدر انها تشتغل.
فريش سورس تطبيق الكتروني بيوصل المزارع بالاسواق. السلسله الزراعيه اللي هي في العادي ممكن تاخد حوالي 48 ساعه، بتتم في عربيات مش مبرده. مع فريش سورس لما بتشتغل مع المزارع ممكن بدل ما تاخد 48 ساعه تاخد حوالي 8 ساعات. والموديل بتاع فريش سورس بيقلل نسبه الاهدار لحوالي 5% compared لل 45%، فبالتالي بنقلل انبعاثات الغازات الضاره.
بنخدم حوالي 5.5 مليون مواطن، بنوفر لهم ميه، بنجمع صرف صحي ونعالجه، وفي نفس الوقت عايزين نواجه الاثار اللي حصلت لنهر النيل من التغيرات المناخيه. طبعا مع زياده التغيرات المناخيه وزياده تاثيرها علينا لدرجه بقت ملموسه جدا، فطبعا التركيز كله بقى ازاي نتلافى هذه الاثار وازاي نخفف منها، بحيث ان احنا ما نشعرش المواطن ان في حاجه اتغيرت معاه في الميه او في الصرف.
مشروع تعزيز الأعمال الزراعية في الريف المصري الممول من الوكالة الأمريكية للتنمية عرفنا بعض الحلول اللي احنا لازم نعملها عشان خاطر نتلافى هذه الآثار السلبية اللي تحدث مع تغير المناخ. بعد ما بعت المحصول بتاعي السنة اللي فاتت ربنا كرمنا وبقى عندنا عائد مادي أفضل ومستوى معيشة أحسن. اشتغلنا مع الوكالة الأمريكية للتنمية الدولية في برامج كتير جدا لتدريب وعمل دعم فني ومؤسسي للمعامل والكيميائيين عندنا عشان يعرفوا ازاي الاستخدام الأمثل للكيماويات، ازاي يرشد في الكيماويات بحيث يطلع مية مطابقة في نفس الوقت يقلل من الكيماويات المستخدمة.
USAID مع البروجرام بتاع سلطان حسين ساعدونا ان احنا نعمل كورسز للتيم بتاعنا بالكامل، capacity building skills، فعملنا سيشنز ليه دعوه بالماركتنج بالفاينانس واستراتيجي، وكمان كانوا بيساعدونا في النتوركينج ان احنا نتعرف على شركات نزود المبيعات بتاعتنا ونبني علاقات مع فنادق مختلفه وكمان مزارعين.
مشروع وايز اللي هو التابع للوكالة الأمريكية للتنمية الدولية كان بيوفر لنا كمان تدريبات عملية ونظرية داخل الجامعة وداخل محطات الطاقة. كانوا دايما في فترة الدراسة بيهيئونا لسوق العمل من خلال برامج دراسية زي التوجيه والإرشاد وفن مبتكر وريادة الأعمال وكده.
اللي بيديني أمل لبكرة إن احنا فعلا بنحاول نعمل حاجة تفيد البلد.
أملي في المستقبل إن الطاقة المتجددة تبقى هي الخيار الأول والأخير، لأنها دي هتوفر لنا احتياجاتنا المتزايدة من تطبيقات الحياة المتطورة اللي احنا بنعيشها.
بيديني امل في بكره ان دلوقتي في اهتمام بالشباب عموما وبافكارهم،
فده مشجعني لان انا حاسه ان انا كبنت شابه اقدر فعلا اعمل تغيير حتى في السن اللي انا فيه.
We're clearly going into the evening. Even the microphone is getting a little bit tired. I hope you all found the video as inspiring as I did. Seeing the direct impacts of climate change here in Egypt in the areas of food and water and energy, and importantly, the success and resilience these individuals are building, it's energizing. But we know that it's really how we turn the commitments made here at COP27 into concrete action, which is crucial. As Special Envoy for Climate John Kerry always says about this COP is about implementation, implementation, implementation. So with that eye towards action, I'm excited to announce our latest cycle of USAID-funded research grants in science and technology. Since 1995, the US-Egypt Science and Technology Joint Fund has promoted collaboration between American and Egyptian scientists to address development challenges, increase the market relevance of research, and to promote economic growth. The fund also provides innovative training for the next generation of young scientists and entrepreneurs. Egypt is one of only 4 countries in the world that has a funded bilateral agreement on science and technology cooperation with the United States. This program focuses on critical areas of research such as health, agriculture, energy, and water. And the newest program cycle will be the very first dedicated to climate integrated research. USAID will provide $4 million in research grants, pairing Egyptian and American scientists to study agriculture, water, energy, and health, specifically as they relate to climate change. The United States is committed to working with Egypt on the climate crisis, and we know that funding research, innovation, and science is crucial to our mitigation and adaptation efforts. The application cycle has just opened, and I encourage all of you to visit the National Academies of Science's website to learn more. A huge thank you to our panelists, to our presenters, and to Natalie as our facilitator, and to everyone who joined today. Thank you.
Last but not least, I'd like to thank Kathy for the great moderation, and I would also like to thank our presenters, Professor Nakin and Emmanuel, and I would also like to thank our panelists, Claudia, Fahid, and Dr. Assam. Let's give them a big round of applause. Lastly, I would like to present to them some giveaways from the SURMAP project that was presented today by Professor Nakin as a thank you. Thank you. Let's all take a group picture. Thank you so much, Professor. say bye. Thank you all for joining. Thank you to everybody who joined here on ground. Thank you to all the team. And thank you for the people who joined live online. Truly grateful for an amazing session and amazing speakers. And thanks to the CARES team as well. This was Natalie Tamer. Have a great day. Bye.